Hello, hello. I think I can be heard. Hello, hello. We're back with Carly Gregg trial continuation. Um, we have, I think, a verdict. I believe we have a verdict already. I believe so. And we might even have a sentencing. I'm not completely sure. I tried to avoid as much of it as possible. So we are going to roll the intro, and then we're going to get right back into where we left off the other day. I don't even know what day it is. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to get going. All right. So here is, where is it? It's somewhere. We'll find it. Don't worry. All right, we are going to jump back in and we are going to skedaddle through as much as we can to get the bulk of this trial. And so I'm going to be listening, but I'll be off camera. I just got off of work and I would like to eat my lunch, but I'll be here and just make sure that all of this
speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you. Okay. You understand?
sounds good. Let me know if it's too quiet or not.
Please
This-
introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, I'm Cliff Dunlap,
We're continuing with day 2.
Rankin County,
Where within Rankin County do you work, Cliff?
in the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay. What year did you start?
2011.
And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially, we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Okay. Prior to working at this, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since 2006 as a licensed mortician.
Okay. And what kind of training did you go through to become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before coming to the
bald.
coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenly Funeral Home and then subsequently at mortuary services after that.
Okay. And just kind of not to get graphic or anything like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of fall under the jurisdiction of death investigation, scene recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of your training and education, do you sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the state crime lab?
Yes, we do.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least into the thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process, that can range from suicides, homicides, accidental deaths.
And so just again, speaking generally, not about this case in particular, whenever you show up to a scene or respond to a call, kind of walk us through what your procedure is.
So normally we would determine whether or not this was a natural death or not. You know, like I said, we cover a lot of different types of cases. Of course, we want to make sure that the scene itself is preserved so that we have a very accurate description of how the death occurred. Then we would talk to any law enforcement agencies and proceed accordingly.
And now kind of turning to March 19th of this year, 2024, were you employed at the coroner's office at that time?
Yes.
As a chief deputy
Yes.
coroner? Okay. Do you remember receiving a call out to 214 Ashton Way?
I do.
Okay. And just by way of brief description, tell us where that's located.
It's in the Avalon subdivision, I believe, off Grants Ferry Road.
Okay. Old family.
Old family.
And did you respond to that address?
I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through from the time that you got the call out to when you got on scene, what you did.
Okay. So when we arrived on scene, we were informed that this death was attributed to a gunshot wound. So that let us know that when we arrived on scene to meet with investigators and law enforcement, just to make sure that the scene was secure and safe for us to enter into. Once that was established, we made entry into the house. Walking into the living room, we went to the left. There were some bedrooms that were located off the living room. That time we found Miss Smiley. She was laying on her back in a supine position, and it appears as though she had suffered gunshot wounds.
Okay. Did you conduct an initial investigation of your own to determine anything at that time?
Yes, we want to make sure again that scene preservation was of the utmost importance. So we talked to law enforcement, made sure that again it was okay for us to enter into the scene, and that's when we noticed the room that she was in and kind of the surrounding environment.
And did you look at Miss Smiley? Did you observe anything about her body?
Yes. Upon initial inspection, we did see that she did have 2 gunshot wounds at the time. We always want to make sure that we present the medical examiner with the most accurate visual possible. So, we kind of document what we're looking at, and that's what we initially found were 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So once you did your initial investigation, then what did you do after that?
So at that time, we placed Miss Smiley into a white sheet that's used to collect any artifact that may be displaced during the transportation process. And then we recovered her from the scene until we took her to the medical examiner's office.
And then did you, as part of your investigation, conduct any further investigation into Miss Smiley's case?
At that time, we were waiting on law enforcement and their reports to come in, and then the medical examiner's office would perform the autopsy.
Okay. And after the medical examiner's office performed the autopsy, did you learn anything else about how many gunshot wounds Miss Smiley had received?
Yes.
Approach. Mr. Dunlap, you were just handed a document there. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is our case report that we fill out on every death that we work.
Okay. And it appears as though it's 3 pages. Is that what you have?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to the last page there's a what says investigator narrative. You see that?
I do.
Did you write that?
I did.
Okay. And when would you have written that?
That would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. And if you, in this case, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the medical examiner's office ruled, yes.
Okay. If you look on page 2 or anywhere in this report, is that reflected in this report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine as the cause of death?
Cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
And what about the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
Court indulgence.
Cross-examination. Mr. Hampton, you need the exhibit for cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will please give it to Baylor. Baylor, give it to him.
I have a copy.
You do have, okay, just want to make sure. I knew I took your only copy. I apologize.
Okay, Cliff.
If anyone watched the Karen Reed case, this has been an exemplary display of how to ask foundational questions and to get to the answers. Lally did not do his questioning in a similar way, which took us in many, many different roundabouts. The timeline of the forms of the questions for this witness in particular was, I think it was absolutely fantastic. Start you at the beginning and work all the way through. And what are your final findings? Boom, period. Gunshot wounds, homicide.
I just wanted to make sure I understand everything. This is what you call your case report, is what you have in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the only documents that is generated by your office?
As far as our investigative report, it is. We do initiate the death certificate, of course, for the funeral home at the appropriate time.
Okay. And to, I guess, initiate the death report and this case report, you look at other documents, is what I'm understanding. Is that correct?
As far as,
Well, you said you talked to the medical examiner's office.
right, that was once the autopsy report was completed and they initiated the cause and manner of death.
Okay. Once they do okay, so you're getting information from the autopsy.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's actually that's telling you what the matter of death is, or
Correct.
manner of death is.
Correct.
Okay. It's not anything you do.
Correct.
Okay. So you're just getting, it's sort of secondhand information that you get from them, and then you put it on a piece of paper, and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. In here, I was looking on the last page, because you said there were, and I guess this would be a case in point. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots.
Mhm.
Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit it or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say there's 3 gunshots? Is that correct?
In the case or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Investigation.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you're now, compiling the report, and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report, or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy done.
Correct.
Okay. No further
No,
questions.
it's called a continuance of information. I'm sure there was, hate to be graphic, but a lot of blood. So immediately you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between 1 gunshot, 2 gunshots, or 3 gunshots. Like trying to play that, so you're lying on documents is
Cliff,
not going to work for the
Do you
jury.
know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do
Good
x-rays
job.
before anything is done to the decedent. Yes.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Is the based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay. And what?
Yes.
Trying the defense in cross, trying to be like, oh, you lied. No. He's going to walk him
Cliff,
through.
through the laws of the state. Are you familiar with the laws of the state as they affect the coroner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And does your office
I
make a
hope so.
determination as to cause and manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Might as well just be excused by the state. Yes, sir. By the defense. Yes, sir. All right, you're free to step down.
All right, so we just watched the chief deputy coroner
Approach.
testimony. Lawyers are approaching.
Take our lunch break. Y'all, I'm going to give y'all over the bailiff. He's going to take y'all on back. Lunch should be there in just a few minutes, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right, they are going on break, and I am going to get on to the next witness.
You understand that you're under oath, your answers this morning, this was under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
You would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name's Tyler Burnell.
And Tyler, where are you employed?
I work for the Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an investigator in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And tell us what that means.
Essentially, our division responds to incidents. We investigate calls for service, initial reports that are taken by the patrol division, or walk-in reports that are made whenever citizens come into the sheriff's office to report criminal activity, fraud, theft, things along those lines.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
14 and a half years.
And has all that been spent at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Tell us about where all you've been.
So I started off at the Madison Police Department in 2010. After that, I was able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding in order to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
I just skipped through a little bit. You don't really need all the background of him.
Back to March the 19th of
He's a professional.
2024, were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I toted all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And our police radio is on, and the volume up, and I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way.
He just had
this
lunch.
Was a
So he's
female
burpy.
dispatcher, that a disturbance had taken place and there was a possible shooting involved. So of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the Sheriff's Department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walk into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage when you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information, not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon. Right. I'm sorry.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire
okay.
after I make
We're good
contact
with
with
fast
Hunter.
forward.
I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you. And essentially get my camera, and then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so,
tying it back to the first deputy on scene who we could hear
obtained a pair of
and
gloves,
say like, I need gloves, because when there's a lot of blood around, you don't want blood contact from an unknown human on yourself, and also you don't want to touch things because this is a crime scene. So it's a two-way factor for gloves. And this detective's like, so what you're not going to do is pin bad policing on us. We did good. And so far, especially compared to the Karen Reed case, the police officers have been answering the questions. We saw a lot of pushback in Karen Reed case when it came to law enforcement officials giving way too much pushback when it came to how are your policies? Do you do them? And are they done properly?
Got my camera and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residents. Start on the outside and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that that most people see on television, stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm putting the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
Ooh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing at the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was a man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Perks Whitney.
A very general, non-scale layout of the Smiley home, Smiley residence at 214 Ashton Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document
but
for?
Not on their priority list.
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. you all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene. But at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room, taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls, or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene, or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase, where you won't really be able to know where we are, or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked to the state's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
Any objection? No objection. Yeah, that's 11 all purposes.
Investigator Vernell, you talked about that you go through, and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence. You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So essentially when I finished taking my exterior pictures,
Oh, boy.
move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So essentially I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west. And of course this is generally south. So we make get to the threshold of the house and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay. So we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go. And then until we cover all of this room, go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door is open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. And that's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to, may I approach the witness room?
We didn't get that from the Karen Reed case because I never went in the house to investigate.
Or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way, and not 215, 213, 221, or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has two phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley, and the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Neal, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of two of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Front of the house will be marked as 12. The other one will be marked as 13.
I think he's doing a fantastic job at answering all these questions, and very clear. He's very clear with his answers. He's relating things like the size, the knee height, like all of that, those little extra things.
Just let me know when you finish.
It tells the jury, like, I'm not lying. Like, this is all true, and it kind of ensures the jury that, like, the rest of the things that he's saying are also true. He's able to be.
Did those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
A friendly
Are those
and a friendly
particular
voice.
I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but
Yes,
could
ma'am.
you tell me generally what are those photographs? What are they of?
So the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom, which is believed to have been occupied and controlled by Heath Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a .357 silver revolver handgun, and then that is a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. Now you can see it's a Taurus 357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are 6 cartridges and 1 live 38 special round that were recovered from that particular silver revolver.
Those are photographs that were taken from the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as State's Next Exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The serial number will be S16. Those will be marked S17, S18.
Investigator Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to break switch, Your Honor? Let's take a look at those for me. Generally, are those in those photographs?
The first 2 photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, a 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR-style platform rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarification, you said there's 3 photos again.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection.
All right, they'll be.
Also,
Fine.
You're just trying to skedaddle through all
inside
the dead air.
bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to break switch, Your Honor? I can get you 2 photographs if you would look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows 2 computers. Looks like some sort of a knitting bag or something along those lines. In the chair behind the knitting, or in between the chair back and the knitting bag, are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens. And then there is a like a Leatherman multi-tool.
And how many of the vape pen boxes are there?
There are 4. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the State's Next Exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
I'll be admitted all purposes. That's next in number.
In sort of a kitchen area that are open, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any doors that lead to the outside near the dining area?
Yes, ma'am. So there is, generally speaking, there is almost like a shotgun style door from the front door through to the door that in the dining area that led to the backyard of the residence.
And did you also take pictures of that doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to break switch, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I think did you take a picture?
So the first photograph is essentially it depicts the dining area table where the Smileys and Miss Gregg may have eaten a meal. In the corner of that room, there is a black dog kennel. I'm assuming for the 2 golden retrievers that they had, and there's a white cord hanging down from the wall near the corner of the room. The second photograph is of the back door itself, and it's essentially just the back door.
And where does that back door lead?
Into the backyard, which kind of encompasses the house itself. Makes kind of an L shape, as you can see via the scale drawing. So it makes an L shape, and so the backyard simply makes the corresponding L.
Are those true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Or we'd ask that those be marked as the State's Next Exhibits.
Any objection? The one described as the dining table will be S25.
Thank you, Everett. Now, before we move on to any other pictures, I want to ask you about that S25,
Okay.
The cord that's hanging from there.
Yes, ma'am.
In processing the crime scene, did you have any idea what that cord went to?
I did not. It's a USB-C cable. From my recollection, I didn't know exactly what it went to at the time. We hypothesized that it was part of some home surveillance system.
As you sit here today, do you know what was plugged into that cord?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was a WISE home surveillance system camera that was recovered after the 19th.
Okay, thank you. Did you also photograph throughout the home, the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? Those, please. You took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's at the laundry room area?
So the initial photograph on top is kind of like a transitional photograph from the kitchen area into that laundry room. But yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
They'll be moved in next to number. How many do we have? Something. Be marked S27 through S30.
Also, the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? You would take a look at those photographs?
Here comes some emotions. She was putting her hand up. This is
Do they appear to
interesting.
be accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are of the defendant, the transition into the bedroom, and then of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
That's correct.
Now we'd ask that those be marked state's next exhibit.
Objection.
Mark them numerically sequentially and give me the numbers.
So in photos of her mother,
Netted 35 to 37.
deceased, were introduced. She showed
Second
anxiety.
real. So, again, what is the reason for
camera is-
documenting the crime scene?
Essentially, so that way we can preserve the way it was whenever we arrived on scene. The photographs and the body worn camera recordings are a great way to do that.
Do things get moved once you start processing the scene?
Of course. For instance, in this case, initially, so when, as I said before, like preservation of life is our first responsibility. In preparing for this trial today, this week, I had the occasion to look at body-worn camera video evidence. When Deputy Lewis goes into the house to check on the victim, he tries to see if there are any signs of life. He's touching her arms and he's lifting up the towel that was placed upon her head. And he's essentially trying to see if there's any way to save this young lady. And of course, then right after him, the fire department comes in, does essentially the same thing. They're placing leads to see if there's any heart rate activity. And so they're moving her arms from the position in which they were placed on her torso. They're lifting up the towel that was placed on her head that had been replaced by Deputy Lewis. And so there are things getting moved around. And so taking the photographs and trying to preserve the way that the crime scene was at that time is a very important and a very vital function of crime scene processing. The other aspect is, so during active scenes like that, where you essentially have some like a quasi-active shooter type situation, you are in a situation where you don't know where the suspect is. They're not readily apparent. They're hiding in the linen closet. Did they pull down the attic ladder and they're hiding upstairs? Like, are they hiding under a bed or something like that? So when officers are going through systematically trying to clear and make sure that we're not walking into an ambush or walking into a situation where now we are about to sustain more casualties as a result of this one defendant, things get moved. We have had situations in previous cases where shell casings have been in the roadway after drive-by shootings. Well, cars don't stop just because they're shell casings in the roadway. They get run over all the time. So recording those with photographs and body-worn camera videos and things along those lines is a lot of times our best way to preserve kind of how they were prior to those disturbances.
Okay, I could not find the unmute button. Wow, I just want to take a second and just wow, what an excellent explanation as to why things are done the way that they are. And when it comes to, like he said, a quasi active shooter situation, a death investigation, a homicide investigation, when it comes to pictures and the crime scene, what a fantastic explanation. He isn't thrilled to be paused with that face. My bad. But what an amazing explanation that we did not even get anywhere sort of close to in the Karen Reed trial, Raylene, right? Not a single police officer took 32 seconds to say there's things that we wish we were able to do in certain ways, but we're still attempting to preserve life. We have to get to the evidence and the who done it and the are we currently, like, we have to do certain things at certain times, because we're not just going to let a potentially still alive person pass away because we didn't check them. Like, there's certain things you're going to check a person, so you're not going to possibly be able to get a photo of the very exact position that they were in when you walked in if you're checking the person, you're moving them around, et cetera, et cetera. Like with John O'Keefe, when it comes to the evidence for John O'Keefe and the stuff that was found on the yard. I mean, you can't speak to what may have been found in the house because the house was never investigated. It's a completely different situation, with many differences. But there's the energy of, instead of answering your question with clarity like this, the police officers and the law enforcement went at, like, defending and just super defensive responses to the state, both the state and the defense teams, when it came to how they were doing things. It was very strange. It felt like everyone was trying to tell a lie. Like, every single law enforcement officer felt like they were trying to tell a lie. In the Karen Reed case, this guy's like, look, what did you want me to do? Potentially just let a still living person die? Like, we have to do these things like this. We're going to get to the evidence, and we're going to get to this, and we're going to get this, but we need to make sure the house is clear. We need to make sure we're not going to be in danger. We need to make sure if we can still save a person, we save a person. I bet they didn't put anything in Solo cups or paper bags. I'm gonna say that they did not. Yeah, I'm gonna say that they did. I'm gonna say that they didn't put anything in red Solo cups or paper bags, and then drive with open red Solo cups a mile and a half away, and then put it on the floor of a Sally Port in the middle of a snowstorm. What an incredible witness. He's doing a fantastic job at settling the jury with any of those initial sort of indications that the police possibly could have handled the situation poorly. Also, Carly Gregg is pleading insanity. Like, those are the two defenses that they have, that Carly Gregg is actually mentally unstable, was at the time of the crime, and that also the police did a poor investigation. This investigator, what's his name, Tyler, is doing an absolutely fantastic job at settling all of those questions within the jury right now in this very moment. Carly didn't Google how long to die from gunshots. We're never going to let Karen Reed case go. We're never going to let that go. That is going to live on forever in the comparisons of terrible trials. Incredible. Sorry, I skipped ahead. I didn't know what I did.
30, 31, 32, 33.
She's just counting.
Taking photographs of the wall, the sheetrock in the wall, as well as the door leading into the garage. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why you thought it was important to document that?
So, leading the transition from the kitchen into the laundry room area right here, or the mud room and laundry room type of situation in this house, you can clearly see a dot in the middle of the doorway there, which is, of course, the door's open. So there's clearly a defect in that wall. It's not how it came from the manufacturer. Something made that defect. And so as we continue into that room, so this is a more medium scale drawing, a more medium scale photograph where you can actually see the dot, the defect a little bit more defined. And so, skipping ahead a little bit, so number 33 is actually an up close image of what that defect looks like. And you'll see, let me go back.
He's like, you'll see.
So you'll see the bag.
Goddamn.
Okay? So there's
gun
a piece
hole, bullet hole
of the wall. If I just take a picture of a white wall, it's going to be very hard for you to maintain reference. So the yellow bag that's also next to this defect is in that medium scale drawing. or the medium scale photograph, and then it's in the up close photograph. That way, it helps us maintain reference throughout because we
It's
took
doing a
hundreds of
fantastic
pictures of this
job.
house, and the crime scene within, and so we can clearly see now the up close photograph of that defect in the wall, and so that's
done a
more or
great
less
job.
kind of the reason for doing it in that fashion, is so that way we can record those defects. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a ballistics expert. I can only call the holes defects. I can say that they are, in a layman's terms, they are
A
what
layman.
would appear to be similar to a hole that a bullet would make if it went through a similar object, but is essentially just a defect in a wall, and that is how they are classified in my report. That is how they are classified as we process the crime scene itself.
Until an expert is
Later
able
in
to
your
say, yep, and
investigation,
at this
what did you
trajectory,
learn
et cetera, et
occurred
cetera.
in that laundry room?
After we had the opportunity to obtain some information from Mr. Smiley, we learned that he had come home, and of course this is kind of a culmination of things, not just the interview with him, but also the viewing of a surveillance camera that was positioned in approximately the same area as the garage door opener. When Mr. Smiley arrives home, the garage door is up, and he enters through the residence through that
Here, I'll
particular
show you.
method.
Pictures.
And so, sorry, I'm looking for number 11. And so when he enters the residence, there it is. So he enters through this carport right here. Okay, so there's a storage room door right there, utility closet, what have you. And so he enters the laundry room right here, and then according to him, he later stated that Miss Gregg essentially lie in wait at the door, this door right here. So there's a door right here, a door that goes across.
Oh, okay.
And so you essentially have Miss Gregg lie in wait here, and as soon as he comes into the mud room, shuts the door, he's immediately met with gunfire. And we would later learn through some interviews there were 3 shots fired, and then of course you can note 3 different defects. The one I just showed you a minute ago in the wall next to the yellow bag, so to speak. There's another defect. This is in the door itself. Down next to the bottom, it's a for lack of a better term, like a 4-panel door. It's got four little panels, for lack of a better term, 4 little panels. It's a metal door with essentially like a foam innard, and there is a defect down in the bottom, one of the bottom panels of the door, and then there's a defect in the wall behind the door, illustrating that the door was closed at the time that the round was fired, or that the defect was made. I'm sorry.
In processing this scene, you photographed it. Did you ever take any items into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple items of evidence. If you would like me to go into those, so we, as I was initially arriving on scene, Pafford, the ambulance service.
I want to know all the pieces that they took.
Smiley to the emergency room at Baptist Hospital. In order to evaluate the severity of the gunshot wound he had sustained in his upper torso, they essentially had removed his upper garment. He is a healthcare worker, so essentially it was a scrub top and a t-shirt and an undershirt. So they had essentially taken those off and discarded them on the front patio to the house. So essentially you have a front patio right here, which I'm sure is depicted very well in the photographs and in the body-worn camera video. But the shirt is discarded right here by the ambulance service. That was later collected by us, as well as Mr. Smiley's bottoms once he got to the hospital. With regard to the laundry room and the carport area itself, so we were able to later find that there was a projectile. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert or anything along those lines, but a projectile that seemingly lines up with the defect that we have here on Station Exhibit 32 in the lower part of that door, went down into, it struck the carport floor, went into a rolled up carpet, and then essentially came to final rest in front of a blue Chevrolet Traverse, I believe is what it was. That was essentially actually Smiley's primary vehicle. That particular projectile came to rest right in front of the passenger side door, approximately. The defect that I was telling you about a second ago with the yellow bag exited out that wall and then struck the cargo rack of the same SUV, essentially fragmented almost, and then pieces of it were recovered at the back driver's side corner of that particular vehicle. So those were 2 partial, in part or whole projectiles that we recovered.
Detective Bergeron, if I may interrupt
Yes,
you for a moment, did you collect those and store those pieces of evidence separately?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach to John?
We're just getting through evidence. She's going to then talk about chain of custody for the evidence.
If you can, I handed you one box to begin with.
Okay.
Without opening that, can you tell the jurors what that is?
So this is it's essentially what we would call like a bullet box, so to speak. It's a very loose general term. It's got a piece of cotton or a piece of fabric in the bottom of it to essentially keep the bullet from rubbing around and things like that. But
as he shakes it,
marked P2 or projectile 2. It is marked with the date, and which was 3/20 of 2024. Because by the time we concluded our on scene investigation, got everything back to the sheriff's office, and started doing our crime scene. Our evidence log and logging everything in. We had crossed midnight, so it's got 3/20 of 24 on it. My initials, and then our sheriff's office evidence custodian has a barcode that he prints off and affixes to every piece of evidence we have. So that way it's a scan and go type of situation where if I need to log it out here to the crime lab, he can scan my name, scan the piece of evidence, and it's logged out to me, and vice versa. So when we take evidence back from the crime lab, it's scanned in and then scanned my name, and it's checked back into evidence.
And you could probably get a whole printout log
in any way since the time that you
for every time that piece of evidence moved.
Or we ask that be marked as a state's next exhibit.
Any objection? Objection. Get it to the court. These state's next number.
Box. If you could take a look at that and see if you can identify that for me.
So this is, of course, the other one, P2. In the description on the box, it says projectile on ground RAX 0438 front of vehicle. So this would have been the nearly intact projectile that we recovered from the front of the blue SUV that was actually Smiley's primary vehicle. So the P1, this box that I was just provided, has projectile on ground RAX 0438 rear of vehicle. So this is the partial projectile that we recovered, the fragmented projectile that we recovered, driver's side rear corner of that same vehicle that essentially had exited through the wall next to the yellow bag, or what we believe exited through the wall next to the yellow bag.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way from when you removed it from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state. Sarah Burnell, y'all also recovered the live round and the empty shell casings, and those were also boxed up and put in evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us when you walked into the house where that was located?
It was on the countertop in the kitchen, as identified in the photograph.
Like, let me show you the picture.
During your course
It's like, I got you. I got you.
How did you learn that was the gun that was used to shoot Ashley Smiley?
So when Deputy Lewis initially arrived on scene, Mr. Smiley told him that the gun she had used was on the countertop, that he had opened the cylinder. There was one live round, six empty cartridges in the cylinder.
So you were in your course of investigation, did you learn that the same gun was used to shoot Keith Smiley that was also used to kill Ashley Smiley?
That is correct. So later on in the investigation, we received a crime lab report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified projectiles recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley were similar in characteristic and in nature to the firearm we recovered from the countertop of the kitchen in the Smiley residence. There was also a report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified
and so far, I mean, things might happen. We're on day 2. Things might happen where it's like, oh wait, no, you guys did a really bad job investigating this. But so far, really solid investigation. Everything was moving super fast. You have a dead person and an injured person on scene, and you have a lot of blood. You have a lot of action in a small town. You have investigators and police officers who may not really have dealt or deal with something of this kind of caliber due to it being sort of like a small town place. It's big things happen in big cities when it comes to smaller places, smaller populations, less people. There's not as many like sort of high profile situations like this. So there was a lot of people moving in on this scene. Everything was happening very, very fast, and they still took 360 shot after shot after shot pictures of the room. three different photos of a hole at different widths and depths. So I think it's pretty safe to say that they did their job to a fairly high degree so far, and that's coming from a cab. Like that's coming from someone who says all cops are bad. I can't say that not all cops respect their job and stuff like that. Yes, there are some cops that actually respect their job, and there's some cops that want bad guys to go to jail and good people who are innocent to not go to jail for crimes they didn't commit. But it seems like the people, the law enforcement on this scene, really wanted to figure this out. Really wanted to figure this out. Would have been different if it were Massachusetts. Absolutely. At least we didn't have to listen to the weather. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? All right, let's get back into it. This is the person that they're going to go through a lot of evidence with because he collected
DNA swabs.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Stay.
Okay.
Ms. Gabrielle, who relayed to law enforcement that the gun found at the home was used by Carly Smiley?
Who?
Carly Gregg.
Heath Smiley told us that that's the one that she had used.
Permission to press to return.
That's a difficult answer to kind of fully grasp. So Heath Smiley, who wasn't there when it happened, says that that's the gun that she
Can you tell me
used.
what's located in that box?
I can tell you that without opening the box, I can tell you that it is the same box that contains the Taurus 357 Magnum revolver. This is the same serial number that is on one of the state's exhibits in this photograph. This is my handwriting, my chain of custody information, so to speak, over here on the right-hand side. This is the arrow that I drew whenever I wanted to indicate to crime lab personnel which way the barrel was pointing when they opened the box up. This is a
Nice.
Evidence label that was affixed. This is evidence tape that we put on the box, and then this is the crime lab's own seal and barcode information. It appears to be that particular firearm.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Be marked as 40.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to open that and inspect it and make sure that it's the same firearm as well.
Okay. You have scissors?
Yes, sir.
All right, he's going to be opening the box to show that it is the same gun that he put in the box. It is the same gun that was given back to evidence after it was examined. I don't think he's not going to be taking it out and pointing it at anybody.
After lunch, any of the jurors need an afternoon stretch? Sometimes people get sleepy. If you do, just stand up for a second. Okay?
She just had both hands over her face. This is he's doing a fantastic job. He's completely turned away from everybody in the courtroom. He is examining what is in the box.
Your Honor, may I remove it from the box?
He put something in between his hand, I think, maybe like a tissue or something.
So this indeed is the firearm that was used, and there.
I just want to take a second. He's showing, so he's holding the gun in a way where he is. I'm pretty sure like behind the table, he already checked to see that it was not loaded. There was nothing in the chamber. Is it perfect, in my opinion, the way he's handling the gun? No, but I think I think a room full of people who may or may not know guns are a lot more comfortable with if the man holding the gun is not holding it and pointing it towards anybody, and it's facing towards the ground or like his knee or something like that. They're a lot more comfortable. In the Alex Murdaugh case, the prosecution pointed a shotgun style gun directly at the defense table in the gallery in the trial. That is not going to happen here.
Seven empty cartridge holders in the cylinder, and this is the same serial number for the firearm in the photographs and depicted on the box. I removed it from the box because I just don't point firearms at people unless I know they're unloaded.
Which is also why I don't want to publish that to the jury. I don't want
Correct.
to pass it around
Correct.
while we're talking.
Correct.
But I did notice,
Well done.
Mr. Bernil, that you made sure you cleared it to make sure that there was nothing in that weapon
Correct.
before you opened that box.
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that there were
And I just want to reiterate, he literally put his body in between the gun and everybody else in the room. He turned his back. He turned his back and he did all of that. He put his physical body in between everyone else in the room and the gun. So I thought that you would expect that level of knowledge and like careful kind of what my words aren't working, careful actions from everybody, especially law enforcement in a courtroom, but you don't always get it.
projectiles found in Miss Smiley.
Correct.
Could you tell the ladies?
Her accent
yes,
is
sir, I'm sorry.
incredible. Again, turned around. Was not going to be fumbling with a weapon in front of the jury. He made sure, like, well done. I appreciate that. Immediately handing it over.
You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles recovered from Ashley Smiley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
Well done.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn where those projectiles were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to press.
We're seeing emotion in Carly's face. She is either forcing out tears or trying to hold them back.
Yes.
Okay, they are approaching. I want to skip forward. I don't like. The interaction between her and what I believe to be her grandparents in the gallery is I like it and I don't like it. I like to see that she has support. I mean, everyone is allowed, like, you're allowed to have support, and family is family, and you'll have some family members, if you're in this situation, support you, and you'll have some family members in the situation that completely walk away. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve any sort of support at all. She definitely deserves support.
And Mr. Bernil, the first.
It's always hard to see a defendant who is standing trial for an alleged homicide smiling and giggling. We dealt a lot with that with Karen. This, however, hits a little different. This action happened 6 months ago. And Karen Reed, it was like over a 2-year span. So just kind of like the healing that happens from losing a loved one in 2 years versus 6 months. Everyone's different, of course, but that's a longer time frame. It's hard to see a defendant smiling when they're on trial for homicide, especially murdering your own mother. That's hard. Is it going to help her insanity plea? Maybe. Is it going to hurt her insanity plea? Maybe.
Item I handed you that was back. Do you have any personal knowledge through your course of this investigation what that bag was?
Oh, I'm sorry. I simply know what these items are due to the crime lab reports that we received via our results.
Sustain.
Yes, sir.
You want to mark it Friday?
Yes, I would like to have a mark ready.
Mark it S41 and S42 for ID purposes only.
Talk about there were other items of evidence. I want to talk about at some point when you arrived on the scene, the defendant was not in the home.
Correct.
While you were there and you were processing the crime scene, at some point was she taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through what you learned about that and what your next steps were.
So essentially, while I was photographing doing the crime scene photography, for lack of a better term, multiple units from the sheriff's office. We have a narcotics task force with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office, Madison Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Office, that also includes somewhat of an intelligence liaison. And so with that intelligence liaison, we have access to drones and robots and other type of resources that essentially provide us remote
Robots.
surveillance capabilities. And
What
things along those
robots?
lines. We were also in touch with the Mississippi Highway Patrol to obtain the services or to obtain the resources related to their helicopter, because we essentially established our inner perimeter around the crime scene. We were staging officers around the area in somewhat of a loose perimeter, so to speak, to keep Miss Gregg from getting north or south of Old Fannin Road, getting outside the Farmington subdivision, which is where 214 Ashton Way is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. But through the course of that time, one of our interdiction officers radioed in that he had obtained he had taken into custody the 14-year-old suspect in this case, and it was clarified
14 years
through the
old.
patrol supervisors that was the suspect we were looking for, and he confirmed that it was. She was brought to the scene where Investigator Davis took a gunshot residue kit, which is essentially like a couple of dowels in an envelope. Those dowels are used in order to collect gunshot residue. They're submitted to the Mississippi Crime Lab in order to test for the presence of someone having fired a firearm recently.
Did you actually observe Investigator Davis perform a portion of that?
A portion of it, yes, ma'am.
I love his look after answering the question.
Yes, ma'am.
In that envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me what that is?
So this is a gunshot residue kit that we issue out to our investigators. It bears Carly Gregg's name, Investigator Davis's badge number, name, our agency name, the case number, the chain of custody information, and then it has our evidence signature, our evidence thing on it. Inside of this are the little metal dowels that I was telling you about a second ago that essentially are used to rub on the skin. They're used to rub on surfaces in order to determine the presence of this gunshot residue.
Other than the markings from the Mississippi Crime Lab, does that appear to be altered in any way?
Yes, sir.
She said, okay.
And who was that gunshot residue kit performed on?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And I believe your testimony was that you observed part of that gunshot residue
Correct.
testing. Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as State's Exhibit next.
Any objection? Be admitted. That's 43, all purposes.
Are you aware of, or that you have personal knowledge of, that occurred on the defendant that day?
That day, the gunshot residue kit was collected from her. She was photographed after she was brought to the scene. And when I say she was photographed, head to toe, including hands, front and back. Her clothes were later taken and collected as evidence and kept.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yep. It's not a fun process.
Investigator Neal, who's in that photograph?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And is that the same Carly Madison Gregg that you observed on the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
That's after she'd been taken into custody?
That's correct.
Or we'd ask that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Okay.
Some vape pen boxes. Did you actually remove those items from the home as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said also along with a knife of some sort.
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness, to be altered in any way from the day that you took it?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Okay. And you mark that 45, all purposes.
Scene in this case, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, you said there was one deceased victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that is exhibit. May I approach, Your Honor?
I'm just skedaddling through the dead air and like
Looking
just
at
the basic
exhibit
stuff that
36,
we
could you
already
tell
know.
me if that is the position of Ashley Smiley when you found her laying in the floor dead of Carly Gregg's bedroom?
When I initially entered the room, no, ma'am. So the towel had been placed back on her face, and then for the purposes of photographing her body unobscured, because at that point in time we weren't sure who had put the towel on her face until the investigation progressed and continued. So the towel was removed and she was photographed.
The next exhibit, number 36.
37?
37, sorry about that. 37. Is that Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your investigation and your training in crime scenes, what does it appear that has happened to Miss Smiley in that photograph?
So it appears as though she sustained 3 different gunshot wounds to the head.
Can I just say, whoever is running that camera, y'all are slick, and I thank you. That was so amazing. Oh my gosh. I almost had a heart attack. They said absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wonderful.
So these 3.
Look at her looking away.
Correction,
Carly
these
is
2,
looking away.
One
She
here,
is,
and then
she is not looking at the witness. She's not looking at the photo, which is a very gruesome photo. We are not going to see the photo. Court TV said absolutely not. We're not doing that. That does not go out on the internet. If it is on the internet, do not go looking for it. You don't need to see it. You don't need to bear witness to this. Carly is avoiding this. You can see moisture under her eyes. Her face is flushing.
and another here. Essentially, were shot from distance. The one down here under the chin, you can see a what is referred to as a stippling on the skin, which so when I took that certified investigator course through the state, we go into what close contact gunshot wounds looks like. In this particular case, so anything close contact is considered 36 inches and less. So here.
And when it comes to emotion, when it comes to her current plea, her NGI plea, it's hard because she could be currently on something, a prescription med, something that would sort of regulate you to like a typical human emotional standpoint, where something like this would be really sad, when awful, and you're trying to hold the tears back. It does not necessarily negate what could possibly have been going on inside of her mentally during during March 19th, 2024.
You can see
so it's hard.
The stippling in the skin just under the chin, but essentially what you have there is burnt powder. When it exits the muzzle of the firearm, it lands on the skin because it doesn't have the distance in order to spread out and burn up before it makes contact with any other surface. And so it makes contact with skin and essentially burns the skin.
Commissioner President Sharner, I'd ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
He hates seeing this too. He hates seeing this too. This makes him upset also. Judge Dewey K. Arthur is not a happy man right now. Gosh. You can feel the energy in the room. It's like, it is palpable. It is palpable. This is a really, really, really awful crime that has happened. Looks like she is shaking a wee bit. I'm just watching her and how she is currently handling like this really tense moment in the room. Everyone is quiet, marking this piece of evidence, the first real like photo of Ashley. You can see some like sort of bagginess under her eyes that wasn't there a few minutes ago. Sort of like the welling up. You get like the little swollen.
Okay, Burnell, you discussed with us now, the ladies and gentlemen have seen that photograph. You discussed that only one of the gunshot wounds or defects appeared to have stippling.
That's correct.
And what does that indicate to you?
So the firearm was within about 3 feet of Miss Smiley's head as she
So
was laying
close.
prostrate on the floor, face up.
After you processed the crime scene that day, what other involvement did you have directly with this case?
So after we concluded our time on scene and we took our evidence to the sheriff's office to begin the task of logging it into evidence, photographing it prior to packaging, photographing the packaging, making sure that it was stored for later submission to the Mississippi Crime Lab, and stored for purposes of court proceedings and things along those lines. And when I say we, Investigator Cotton, Zachary Cotton, and I, Deputy Hunter Lewis and Deputy Dustin Smith, they were doing their initial reports for their response to the scene that day, while Investigator Cotton and I were handling the evidence packaging and things along those lines. During that particular time, we had concluded the evidence portion, and Mr. Smith had actually come over to discuss the court trial that we were actually in that week, and Investigator Smith heard a knock on our front door and went forward to see kind of what was going on, if somebody needed our assistance or kind of what was happening. And a father made him aware that his daughter had actually been there that day with Miss Gregg and that he was bringing her forth as a witness.
At that time, did you
Whoa.
did you participate in an interview of that child and her father?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And based off of what did you learn from that interview?
Am I allowed to say her name or just her initials? She was identified as Brooke Waite. She was.
Oh, they wanted to not get the name out there. We'll not be repeating the name. They did try to censor the name. This was the other human being, the person we saw fleeing the scene directly behind Carly, jumping the fence.
Was her father and her cousin accompanied her to the sheriff's office that day. We brought them into an interview room. She was essentially a peer and a schoolmate of Carly Gregg's. They both attended Northwest Rankin, and
Schoolmate.
she essentially told us, and we were being very careful in our interviewing of her, simply until we could gain guidance the following date about whether or not we needed to obtain the services of the Child Advocacy Center. The Child Advocacy Center simply stands as a neutral party in order to forensically interview children, whether or not they are victims or witnesses that have experienced traumatic events in life. And so,
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Burnell, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the fact that Rankin County has a protocol in place about the age of certain witnesses?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is that why your office wanted to make sure that it was okay for the sheriff's department to, in fact, interview this child because she was 16 at the time?
Correct. So anybody 17 and under, we usually try and obtain some guidance as to whether or not CAC interview will be necessary. Considering Miss Wafer's maturity and her chronological age, we went ahead and conducted an interview with her at a later date, which was more detailed in nature. But for the purposes of the initial interview that night, she essentially stated that Miss Gregg had contacted her, said that it was an emergency, she needed to come by the house. Her father drove her to that particular location like he had done times before, and dropped her off. I believe he said it was about 5 o'clock. And so we continued interviewing her, trying to ask generalized questions. What did you do when you got there? Miss Carly Gregg met her at the front door, and essentially asked her, do dead bodies make you squeamish? And she said, no, I don't think so. And Miss Gregg proceeds.
I'm just over here having some Tiny Tate's chocolate cookies. And Carly is asking her friend if dead bodies make her squeamish. In my opinion, the defense made it seem that the acquisition of this witness who was at the house and the questioning of the witness who was at the house was sort of like there was no parental figure involved whatsoever with the questioning, when the parental figure, guardian, or what have you, brought them to the police station. Let's continue.
To take her back to to her own bedroom, where her mother's body lie deceased at that point in time. And so she stated that during this point in time, Miss Ashley Smiley, already had the towel on her face. Her arms were in a fixed position across her torso, and that Miss Gregg had a silver revolver. I believe she identified the handle as being brown instead of black, that black rubberized grip, but stated that it was a very large very large revolver type firearm. And then shortly after that, she told Miss Wafer that Miss Gregg told Miss Wafer, "It's like I shot my mom 3 times, and as soon as my stepdad."
I think the yeah, right. Like, hey, hello, friend and entire friend's family. Do dead bodies make you squeamish? No. I think she asked that when like the child got to the door. Could you imagine? On speakerphone. Be like, we're calling the police.
Gets home, I got 3 shots for him. They shortly thereafter, she was asked if she shots for him.
Sorry, I'm
I
just
shot my
gonna go
mom
back.
3 times, and as soon as my stepdad gets home, I got 3 shots for him.
Wow.
They shortly thereafter, she was asked if she wanted to wait in the backyard. She said she did. Went out the back door that was described to you a second ago, next to the dog kennel, and waited. Once Mr. Smiley arrived home, she heard 3 shots. Miss Wafer stated she heard 3 shots. Miss Gregg ran out the back door, and they both ran around that L shape of the house. There's a privacy fence around this entire backyard. So they come
jumped
out this
it.
door, run around the back of the carport. There's a small shed right here in the yard. Run out this way, jump the fence, run up the driveway where we later learned that they split off. Miss Wafer went to another friend's house in the neighborhood. Miss Gregg circled back around and went to the Magnolia Point subdivision, which is an adjacent neighborhood to Farmington.
Whoa.
After your presence in the interview with Miss Wafer and her father that night,
What would possess the friend to not call the police? I would have a better time understanding not calling the police if they were 12, 13, especially with 16 years old. They went over to a friend's house. I might be glitching because it looks like the internet is super bad. This person went over to a friend's house. Their friend said, "Do dead bodies make you squeamish?" They went in. Carly's telling her, "Hey, I shot my mom 3 times. Look at the body. Here she is on the floor in my own bedroom. And when my stepdad comes home, I got 3 for him." That's what she told her. And she said, "Do you want to go wait outside?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'll wait outside." Stepdad comes home. Fire, fire, fire. Carly books it outside. The 2 of them run around the house, jump the fence, run up the driveway, and then split. One goes left, one goes right. That friend had so much time to call the police, waiting. I want to know why that friend didn't think, why did that friend think it was okay that this was happening? Was that friend, yeah, like, wouldn't you call the police immediately as you go outside? Like, I understand, like, oh, wow, yeah, like, you want to agree for your own safety. Like, yeah, no, you know what? That's a good idea. I'll go wait outside. Hello, 911. Did she not have a phone? This is very concerning. I went to the neighbor's house. We saw other people, like we saw a person walking their dog. Like, so there's some people sort of around.
your next involvement in this case, if any?
So I believe my next involvement was on the 22nd. We during that initial interview with Miss Wafer, we learned that
fear can do crazy things to the body.
So the 22nd,
like,
we
common
wanted to
sense
try and get a copy of Mr. Smiley's phone.
Crazy.
Investigator Cotton had been discussing the case with him, trying to get more information with him due to the traumatic nature of what he experienced. A lot of times in my profession, we see what we would like to call traumatic mind. People experience trauma and essentially resolve it, handle it in different ways. The point being, days after that, things begin to come clear because your mind enters a fight, flight, or freeze type of mode. And
Yep.
so as he began to kind of come out of that, Investigator Cotton had talked with him, talked about getting a forensic extraction of his cell phone in order to figure out whether or not there were any messages, because he had received 2 messages that day from Miss Smiley's phone that didn't seem like her. And so we wanted to obtain copies of those text messages. So on the 22nd, we found out that Mr. Smiley had obtained the camera that was within the garage. We had overlooked it during the initial processing of the scene. He had collected it for us, and I had gone by to our investigator Cotton, collected the SD card from him and provided it to me. So during the initial look at that particular memory card, found that all of the videos for the 19th were missing. The file folder was in place along with all the other file folders, which aroused some alarm. And so had
Rightfully
deputies
so.
Lewis and Hunter, they were helping us canvass the area after Mr. Smiley stated that the camera from the kitchen had been missing. So we recanvassed the neighborhood, canvassed Magnolia Point subdivision, essentially trying to locate this camera that was gone. And during that point in time, I had a memory card reader, a little box you plug in your computer. You can read the little memory sticks or the SD cards. Plugged it in, found what
Little
I found,
memory
and
sticks.
found the videos missing. Went back to the residence with deputies Lewis and Hunter for the purposes of having their body camera to essentially provide some accountability and some transparency to the situation. Had a conversation with Mr. Smiley about the missing videos and learned that basically he was used to a Microsoft product and was using an Apple product in which to look at the SD card. So when he looked in order to try and preserve the videos on the SD card from the Apple product, he cut and pasted inadvertently instead of copy and paste. And so he allowed me access to his computer. I found the video files that were missing at that point in time, retrieved those, looked into the recycle bin, the trash folder, what have you, on the Apple product, and confirmed that there were no videos in that particular area, which would illustrate to us that he may have been attempting to destroy evidence. We had a conversation with him about the need, if he obtained or if he found or if he recovered any other evidence in the house, not to touch it, not to do anything with it, to call us. We were here to help him in any way we could, and we did not want the inference to be made that he was tampering with evidence and essentially create a problem with the prosecution of this Gregg's case. And so he was very understanding of that particular point. And after we left that particular time, he was later provided that cell phone back that we obtained the extraction of, as well as that SD card after we made a copy of it along with the videos. That was my involvement on the 22nd. We would later go back and do the more detailed interview with Miss Wafer at her parents' house in the Castlewood subdivision.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanna ask you
sure.
about the conversation with East Smiley about the tampering.
Oops. I'm sure that they made it a very stern. If you find anything, don't mess with it. Just give it to us. Like, stop touching things, right? Like your wife was just murdered. Stop it. Stop trying new things, because now is not the time to do that. Just give it to us. Stop touching it. Like, don't try to move video. Don't try to move footage off of SD cards. Stop it.
It's physical evidence. Did you ever tell him that you were going to charge him with a crime?
No, ma'am. The inference that I wanted him to understand is that he was a victim of a crime. He, was essentially, he had just lost his wife, a stepdaughter that he had essentially spent a good deal of time with over the past several years, had essentially been fighting for in an embattled custody chancery court issue, and he essentially looked at her like a daughter. And to have this happen to him, we were very understanding in the situation that he was in. But at the same time, we don't want to create problems where there aren't any. We would much rather the victims of the complaints in these situations just leave the evidence alone, call us, hey, look, I found X, Y, and Z. Can you come pick it up, collect it? Not a problem. We'll take care of it. That essentially puts the onus on us, not Mr. Smiley. It doesn't put it on anybody else. If the evidence is mishandled or if something happens to it, that's my fault. That's my problem. It's not on him. It can't be construed or misconstrued that he is tampering with evidence, that he's doing anything in order to hinder the prosecution of this particular case.
Investigator Brunel, I want to just pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
You're not perfect, right?
No, ma'am. The only infallible person died on a cross for us.
So you would agree with me too that absolutely no investigation is perfect, right?
I would agree with that. Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, I think, ladies and gentlemen, have heard that while there were multiple deputies and investigators over at Mr. Smiley's residence, you did not know that there was a camera in the garage.
Correct. Completely overlooked it. Yes, ma'am.
Those sort of things can happen from time to time.
I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Does any issues with your investigation, maybe that you missed the camera at first, does anything change with regards to who the shooter was in this case?
No, ma'am.
Does it change the crimes that were committed in this case?
No, ma'am.
And based on your investigation, who in fact was the person who pulled the trigger and shot Ashley Smiley and killed her, shot her 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And who was the person that either shot Heath or at Heath 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
Court's indulgence.
She said, period.
Y'all still need a break?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, seated while the jury exits.
All right, they're going to take a little bit of a break.
For some type of impeachment.
We're not asking for impeachment.
All right, they're going to do a little bit of arguing.
We're on the record while Mr. Levingston's setting up, just making sure we're not going to show anything that hasn't been introduced into evidence, correct? You can introduce it into evidence and then show it.
Yes, it has not been introduced. I have to lay the foundation.
That's fine. I just want to make sure nothing goes on the projector without being introduced into evidence.
And I know that what they're trying to play, we will have an objection to that. Maybe you want us to go ahead and take that up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and deal with this right now.
Let's go ahead and deal with this right now. The jury is out of the room.
Close the door. Close the door. Make sure no jurors in here.
The jury is not in the room.
Play a body cam video of Deputy Tony Shack. Obviously, this is not Deputy Tony Shack, and Investigator Burnell was not present during a large portion of this video, and so we don't think that he can authenticate it. We don't think it's proper, and we don't think that he should be questioned or that it should be presented to the jury through this witness.
Response.
Your Honor, he's on the video.
Okay, so could you imagine being there and not being able to say anything to your family? Yeah. So, ugh. I don't want to. No, I don't want to. So what they're arguing right now, the defense wants to play in cross-examination some body cam footage that was body cam footage filmed on the body of a different police officer. But they want to play it with this witness, Tyler Burnell, because he was there for some of it. The prosecution is arguing that it's a little unfit because this is not the person's, like, this is not the police officer who was wearing the body cam, and that Burnell was only there for a short amount of time. So let's hear what the defense has to say.
He's already testified that he's aware of the body cams. He's looked at the body cams, and that's where we're going. If he's seen the body cams, then he can authenticate it, and then we can.
Can you just make the exact opposite argument about a projectile?
Yes, Your Honor. Get one came in the projectile.
No, projectile's not evidence. All right, look, both y'all, stop. He can be questioned about the parts of the body camera that he's on. All right, the body camera that he's not on can't impeach him unless he testified about it. Does that make sense? So you got to narrow it down to the part where he's on camera. I'm assuming you're offering it for some type of impeachment.
We're not asking for impeachment purposes. We're clarification of what happened.
All right. He can testify to the objection be overruled. He can testify.
Okay, so they don't. The defense said that we're not asking it for impeachment reasons, as in we're not using it to prove that he lied during his testimony in direct examination. We're using it for clarification from his testimony in direct examination.
He's on. That's where we are. Okay. Any further objection?
But they're intending to play the whole video. to the jury.
I think I understand the court's ruling. He can testify to what he's on, and if I'm not using that, then there might be a video. So just
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So just ask him the question, did you see A? He says, no, I didn't see A. Then we'll deal with the body camera, okay?
So he is using it for impeachment purposes. Yes and no. He is using it for impeachment purposes, but at the same time, not. There's the issue is, can he testify to body cam footage that is body cam footage that he was in and not filming from like his body? And the judge said, you can play the part that he's in if it gets to that point. So
We ready now?
Yes. You're on screen.
Okay, it's not going on right now, correct?
It's up there. I can turn it off.
Yeah, we don't need it until.
Just minimize it.
Yes, sir. I'll just turn the screen off.
he said, minimize it. Minimize it. All right, let's skedaddle through.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burdell, what was your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you shaved, because in the video
Yes,
you're in a beard,
I am. Yes, sir.
and
Yes, sir.
you're also in a white shirt.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And when you arrived at the scene, I think one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation
Mhm.
and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was, you said something to the officers about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first. And when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You start going around the house and
Right.
taking the pictures, and then you get inside and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared, and then it was
Okay.
like, it may not have been cleared, y'all need to clear it.
Okay.
You remember that?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Now, it also, there was another individual that showed up, and he was in a blue shirt, okay? And I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Did he have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did he have
You made
glasses on?
mention to Cotton,
Yep,
this was
that's
his
the one.
case, and you were there
Right.
to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the
Glasses
main
and blue shirt.
investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator, is what I gather.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after hours investigator on call. And so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff saw that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days. We will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call. So the duty as the primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being an investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene,
Mhm.
the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information and stuff's not getting contaminated and things of that nature, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was a journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house? That's
It's a crime scene log.
crime scene
Yes,
log.
sir. Yes, sir. Mhm.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn, you told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and recalling this not only from my report, but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get a crime scene log out of the back of my expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. What happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right now, and you're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And
Log it.
because
Yeah.
I think you were doing because you got gloved up.
Correct.
The video shows
Correct.
you getting gloved
Correct.
up, and you did that before you went in the house. You're okay
Correct.
outside when you're taking the pictures,
Correct.
and you put the gloves on, went inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence, never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
But and it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him, did you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. Did you? I know you met with
Okay.
some of the witnesses.
No.
You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review their what they said or did or anything, or did you review or did you interview all of them?
No, sir, I did not. I'm trying to recall it correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up some additional assistance with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood, and things like that.
And so once you did,
And I
guess
think
once
that's
you processed
fair.
and this is one
He
thing
was
I
there
noticed in
also.
the video.
You don't need to
had
fill him in on
talking
anything.
About,
Info's
I
already
guess,
in there.
where y'all going to be taking Carly? You said
context
you were in
of this
contact with, I
case.
think, the county court judge, and you were waiting to get clarification of which direction she needed to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although when Miss Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense. The interest of justice hearing would need to be held, so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pelagie.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go. And then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken.
Essentially, yes. So the bringing Miss Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So we were essentially, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ADC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands.
And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video?
I have viewed. I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case.
Yeah.
So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the
That's a
collection
lot of
for the
footage.
in portion of the GSR kit, because I actually read Miss Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR.
Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Shack, Tony Shack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir.
Yes, he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And then
I guess
he brought
Carly.
her back to the scene.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, because they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam off. Do you remember that?
I know that once our deputies, for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, and an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like, you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, that they're no longer involved in that investigative activity, that law enforcement activities, that police activity. So they may deactivate them, and then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task? They may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that.
Yeah, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off? Correct.
I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that I can tell you that policy and procedure, we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like, I don't know my Bible
They're
word
getting
for
them a
word,
little
letter for letter, but I
flustered.
use the moral principles
Those
and
last two
and the things
questions.
within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Am I perfect? No, but I use them as a foundation because essentially, like, you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall.
It'd be a mile
y'all-
tall.
And it looks like y'all have, there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024.
Okay.
And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date. You have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct?
Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like by-space profiling and traffic stop related training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And
Wow, good.
I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? Is that's sort of what I took?
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay. But my understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding.
Okay.
If you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody,
okay,
there's no reason why a body cam should be turned off. Correct.
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I've reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So a second ago, when you were saying there's a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did Stack.
Well, just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we show the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I have seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
Yeah, if I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably so. But like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuant to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, here comes a video. He said, I reviewed almost all of them, a good portion. That's not all of them. And I think it would probably be a little different to be like, oh, yes, I've definitely seen this, because you're going to be hearing a lot of the same things over and over again. So I think it might be recognizable, but if he didn't review it, I don't think, I don't think I would hold it against him for not reviewing and taking up to memory each body cam. I don't think that's necessary to say that he knows who done it. You know, uh, I am really curious on the defense's case. I'm really curious how to see how they are going to really nail in the insanity plea.
Man, please call your honor. Yes. Okay. He's Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton?
Correct.
Okay, because I was on my understanding is, and maybe we have there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little bit with me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were testifying that you went to the house.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you brought, it sounded like 2 other officers with
Correct.
you so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that is so that anytime you're interacting with public, you want to protect yourself, but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who, I guess, retrieved this, I want to say SIM card or whatever.
I believe it's like an SD card.
SD card.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened, the SD card was retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it there and found that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
the second visit, dealing with this SD card,
Correct.
is when
Correct.
you went to the house.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so once you can, at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card or were you looking for other things at that time?
When I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley, essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were. Like what
He already had
happened
the
to them.
SD card. He was
folder-
looking for the damn
The
footage.
system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing. And so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos that had been moved or that videos had been deleted or something along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut. I guess an Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does. And it seemed like a very innocent mistake or anything or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that you don't have to do anything. Like if you find a piece of evidence or you think something may be pertinent to our investigation, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So
and I just want to make sure for the record here.
And that goes far beyond him. That goes far beyond Heath just allegedly tampering with evidence. This can make or break the investigation. Like the chain of custody is it's not necessarily broken because it hasn't gone into custody yet, but it doesn't look good. How were you guys able to leave a camera, give him access to the SD card? Like, did you approve him to try to view the SD card? How long did he have the SD card from this camera? Was anything else missing? And it can cause a lot of issues in the investigation. So I'm pretty sure he was really stern with stop touching stuff. Like, stop it.
No time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
if he had told us that, well, yeah, I deleted those videos or I don't know what happened to them or something like that, yes, sir, he would have become a suspect.
Right. But at no time, he didn't do that. And then
Correct.
you found out what happened. And I
Correct.
think, so at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose in
Was he
having
suspect?
that
Yeah.
interview with him
Was he
to
a
figure out whether or
suspect?
not he was
No.
one? Yes. Yes. Because, well, like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect, so to speak.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, hey, I found this, correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I say y'all, the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
picking up what you're doing
no.
now. Okay.
I'm gonna
He
need
didn't call you.
specifics.
Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton's.
I don't recall if he did. And in all honesty, Mr. Camp, I may have given him a business card or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you.
This
He
attorney
called
is
Cotton to say,
crying.
I have found that I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. Is that
Correct.
basically what occurs?
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to sheriff department and you open it and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because
Right.
There's stuff for other days,
Correct.
but the day that
There are
is
so many
important,
other
you've been
confusing
told there's
things in this
videos
case.
on the 19th.
I don't think this needs to be hammered
Okay.
like it is.
And you do realize, I know you're saying that you were polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. But or do you still think it was just a real good
Don't falsely
conversation, or
represent his
there was
testimony. If
nothing
you,
bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. I don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If
His
he felt
feelings are not
that
my
he was in
problem.
some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that case.
his feelings are not my problem. Is basically what he's saying in a very nice way. If he felt threatened somehow by me reassuring him to not touch evidence and to stop it because we could, if we wanted to, or if it came down to it, get you for tampering with evidence because you tampered with evidence. If he found himself a lawyer because of that, fine. His feelings are not my problem. Him lawyering up is not a problem. He can. Everyone's allowed to have a lawyer. Everyone's allowed to seek legal representation. That is an American right. That's not this human's problem. This man is investigating a murder, and you just moved videos off of an SD card on accident, maybe on purpose, maybe, I don't know. And I don't think it changes if Carly Gregg did it or not, or is insane or not. But that's crazy. Can we get to the point here? Can we move on? Can we get back to the point of Carly Gregg, a 15-year-old who murdered her mother and is now claiming to have been mentally unstable?
Camera. He was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And he
I know the
wouldn't have
defense
gotten-
is
he wouldn't have-
defending, but
You didn't do anything to
I hate
lead
it.
him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that. What do we call it, the little card, SD card?
and I don't think it would be
Can you
blasphemous
ask me your
if he
question
said,
There was nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him where he would be fearful that y'all were trying to prosecute.
you should
him
be
for
fearful.
calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be.
No. I think it's really this is really irresponsible. He's a defense attorney. I think it's really irresponsible to tell the jury that this investigator, Tyler Burnell, that we've had an hour of sharing with us, like you telling the jury that he is aggressive and wielding his power in unnecessary ways. This man tampered with evidence. He was probably pissed, and he probably laid down the law with him.
Be anything he can infer, but
And
like
I think
said
a
second ago,
normal human being,
I don't presume
Normal.
to know
He's a
what
typical
Mr.
human
Smiley
being.
was thinking or what his motivations
would
were.
be like,
in,
yeah,
obtaining the services
that's fine.
of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
And then did you, I guess, and you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
Oh, you weren't present for that interview. for Smiley's.
He
No,
said
sir,
he didn't talk to
after
me.
that
I didn't talk
particular
to
day,
him.
I never, or I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back. And I don't know if you're aware of any of that.
I have no idea. No, sir. I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes
Yes,
that
sir.
were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were in between that knitting bag, so to speak, and the back of that chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said
was
they were
vape pen.
behind. They were like behind a chair and by a knitting bag, so they're not like out and obvious.
I mean, if you looked at the chair, you could clearly see the tops of the boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Get some stack here. Yeah.
They found vape
So,
pen
When
boxes
you're
in the
looking at
master
knitting bag
bedroom.
here, you can see that these are purple, maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia color. So essentially, they're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that chair.
And that room is the master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure you talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night? I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the 19th is when this happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were there,
Yes, sir.
and that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir. Not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay. So somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again?
Yeah. You asked a bunch of questions there. I'm pretty sure everyone who walked into that room was able to see 2 gunshots to Ashley. It seemed to me so far from everyone who's spoken about seeing her on the floor in the master bedroom, or in Carly's bedroom, excuse me, says that they saw 2. So seeing there's blood, there's stuff causing visual impairment when it comes to the body in the room. I don't think it's going to do what he wants it to do to the jury. That they were all lying. They were all lying about the number of gunshots. I don't know. I don't think they're going to do it. This jury is already running on skepticism when it comes to the defense and the defense that they're taking. They're already running on skepticism. They're skeptical. A jury who hears this I am defending someone, and they are claiming that they were so extremely mentally ill at the time that the crime took place that they should be found not guilty, or by reason of insanity in the old terms. The immediate skepticism, and I don't think this style of defense is going to assist that in any way. I don't think it's going to mediate any sort of, or mitigate any sort of skepticism that the jury is already having when it comes to Carly's mental status during the crime, by trying to wedge out lies and sort of false narratives when it comes to the policing of this case, when he said he saw 2 shots, but there's actually 3. I don't think it's going to help.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to help.
Both.
Well, it sounded like that, the way your testimony came across to me, and it may not have been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots. Now, my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night.
Correct.
And that they found a 3rd one later. Would that be correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were multiple videos from the date of March 19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen
Now
area,
this-
dining area.
This is a video that's, I don't think it's been entered into evidence yet. Are you aware of if it's in evidence?
I don't have a clue, no, sir. So
You're like,
anyway,
I ain't no
she
lawyer.
exits into the backyard and then comes back
So
in
anyway.
a little while later, walks in the direction of the
I have no clue.
comes back in
What
the
the hell
back
you guys
door
are
of the
doing?
dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom, comes back in where this camera is right here in this corner. And so it faces back this way. So it captures anybody walking past this living room wall. And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame. So you can see Carly walked down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back. And she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming. And then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the, this is probably one of the better photos, one of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's right there. But sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that to this revolver, on the metallic.
Now,
part of the chair right
can you
Sure.
see the revolver?
You cannot, and I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound if you set the revolver down on a hard metallic surface like this? It clangs, and then it looks like she picks up a phone.
And in fact, you never see her with a revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sits down. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white phone that we determined was hers.
And,
this
and
white
I'm
one.
trying not to jump in, but
Yeah.
I want to know about the rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest, or I say a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was essentially controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's a room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, which we later found out through that forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used, which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something went awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that clanged in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom again, or toward her bedroom again.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't face towards the bedroom, so you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple of times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there, and you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired, based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that
We're saying, I guess we're talking about the video. As far as from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where
Talking about a video that you haven't seen takes I can't focus. You're talking about a video that I haven't seen.
Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. And I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know, you can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room. However, the foundational evidence that we collected, either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects and things along those lines, in the
And it shows
room.
back eventually in the bedroom. Now,
Correct.
you talk about the other picture, which was the I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little vape boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in the house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it because I mean the camera's like from here to Mr. Levinson.
Okay,
So, I
so
mean,
you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room. Based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer, she was using THC vapes and things along those lines. And then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay.
This investigator's like, yes, hello, welcome to Common Sense World. And this attorney's like,
beg
oh,
to
no,
differ
no,
in
no,
buildings for
no.
just a
Welcome to
moment.
Lawyer World. 2 very different places. Welcome to Defense Attorney World versus Welcome to Common Sense World. Very 2 different places. 2 different places. You can tell everyone in the room is getting tired. All right, they are approaching. He's ready to go home.
Now, you talked about a video. I'm gonna stand over here so that I can see.
Redirect.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view? There were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch the videos and find the timestamps and figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you view the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the videos?
Correct. It's in the bottom right hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe right, John?
What has been reported to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S46. We bring it, mark it.
Permission to publish this to the jury, John.
Yes, ma'am.
It is video time, folks. It is video time. All right. They're just getting everything set up.
Mr. Camp, counsel for the defendant wants to go over there. They can't see. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
Okay. Let me get my face out of here. Oh, look at the dog wagging its tail. Like, hello, my family is home. Oh. This can be hard to watch, hard to see, hard to hear. You will not see the actual crime take place. It's a great question. You can see how she's walking, how she normally walks from point A to point B in the house. Her arms are waving, like swaying back and forth. The dogs are freaking adorable. We love a cute animal moment. Lighthearted Moodang has stolen my heart. I don't know if anyone else's heart has been stolen by little Moodang as well. Yeah, we've seen Carly set her backpack down. We've seen Ashley go through the living room to the right. This we haven't seen. I'm not a mental health professional, but from Carly's physicality, it doesn't seem like she was kind of pushing through anything or holding back. Like she was just sort of, we're home doing this. There was a moment in the door frame where she was playing with her hair, and Ashley is back in the kitchen. She just used her phone, checking on everyone in the back. Just being in your home feels extremely invasive to watch this, but this is the point of trial. It is here. It is assisting in making sure the person responsible for this is held responsible in the eyes of the law. But yeah, it feels very invasive watching this. I don't know if anyone else feels that. I do. Ashley just passed through the living room. It's now just after 4 p.m. And Carly seems to still be out with the dogs. Ashley passed back again to the other side. It's now about 4:07. Ashley passes back through the living room towards the left. Passes back to the right. Let's just go back real fast. Let's go back a couple of seconds. I believe this is the moment that they said they saw something in her hand. She enters the kitchen and looks through the kitchen door. She also had something in her hand there as well. It's now just about 4:13 in the afternoon, starting the next clip. And Carly comes through the kitchen door and lets the two dogs back in. Carly kind of stopped, listened, and looked, went to the right, and then immediately went to the left through the house. The dogs are like, hello, playtime? Carly just passed the kitchen, looked in to see if anyone was in there. She had both of her hands behind her back. Prepare yourself. All right, let's just you heard one shot go off, screaming, and then two more. Carly comes into the kitchen with her hands behind her back. She sits down on the stool on the front side. She places the gun, clearly it's the gun, behind her on the stool, and picks up her mom's phone. She does not look bothered. The dogs are freaking out. They don't know what just happened. She looks whoa. What was that? What was that? That was interesting. Yo, how are those dogs not barking in all caps? They probably hear those noises quite often, to be fair. But from inside the house, they're freaked out. This white one in particular is extra freaked. A bit of a scuffle. Sounds like something dropped. It's now 4:16. Yeah, looking at the dog's body language, they're themselves are extremely anxious right now. They have no idea what's going on. They're freaked. Inner Near the dogs, stay back. Okay, I want to take a little break, to the verdict, take a break. The internet is not happy right now. So I'm going to. So my camera is frozen again. Why does my face look like that? All right, so I'm going to take a break here, just for like not 2 minutes, like 10 minutes, just because I think the internet is really garbage right now. So I'm just gonna put this up, and we'll be back in what? It's 5:07, 5:17. So give me 1 second. There we go. 5:17. Be right back. Okay. It doesn't look like things are better with the internet. So I'm going to this is hard. This is sad. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's like terrible. What to do? All right, let me just shut the internet down and try to come back. I don't know what's going on. This happens to me too much. This happens, and I don't know if it's just. I don't know if it's like, am I on the wrong one? I don't know. All right, so it looks good on my end. Doesn't look like there's issues. So we're going to press on. We just watched the videos.
Discuss your testimony with any.
And we'll press on.
While he's exiting the room, do any of the jurors need a restroom break before we have further witnesses? Anybody? All right, state may call us next witness.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman on the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And Investigator
Right,
Cotton,
Mr. Cotton.
how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The
Yes,
jail.
ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 17, and then were you with the Sheriff's Department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The Sheriff's Department received a call from a male that has stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend who came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Ms. Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene,
Okay, that answers my question.
did you have
that I had.
interaction with?
Where did she
Ms.
go?
Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the Sheriff's Department to do any sort of testing on Ms. Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to tested her for gunshot residue, and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Miss Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Permission to correct the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Miss Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, mark the left cheek as S47.
Your cotton, excuse me. Did you also close and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Burnell did that.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? Folks. What are those two envelopes?
They this one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And did those both bear your initials as well,
Yes, ma'am.
indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hammer.
All right. Marking,
The
marking,
deputies
marking.
that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about.
Thank
We got,
you.
I think through the point where, in the investigation, where the crime scene was cleaned up, or process, I'm sorry, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach, Your Honor?
She's like, I'm not going to ask you all the same questions that I already asked somebody else because we already have the answers to them.
42 for ID. If you could take a
Projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley, one of which was recovered from her brain, and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when autopsy was
But
performed?
there's certain evidence that can only be brought in with each witness. So this evidence, these pieces of evidence could not have come in because they were not like logged into evidence by Burnell. They were logged into evidence by Zach Cotton. So the evidence comes in with the witness that either found it, bagged it, marked it, brought it into evidence, handled it, that type of stuff.
projectiles were removed.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted to all purposes.
All right, cross-examination. It's very interesting that the technical lead investigator on this case has minutes on the stand versus Burnell, who was not technically the lead investigator on this case, who has a long chunk of time on the stand.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence and was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Ms. Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you,
Wow.
I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, with that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you were at the scene that night. when this takes place on the 19th.
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator.
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay. And so you gathered all the all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now, you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're the main guy in this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually, it would come back to me.
Okay, and so
But it's
you
a
see
team
all the
effort.
videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so. Yes.
Okay.
He's like, I
Now-
hope so.
I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shaq.
I'm sorry, Shaq. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Why did she want to see her mom?
Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir. At a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess, it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens or why this happened.
This attorney is really on. He's really riding we're going to charge you for tampering with evidence nonsense. But I think it's not the right tactic when working the defense that your client claims. I just don't think that's the right tactic.
Because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where, and Heath doesn't really know, correct?
No, correct.
And so the next thing
It's
that happened is
definitely
y'all
abnormal.
start talking about, yes, she was in treatment and they had switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case.
You're just going to drop it like that? And that's when you learn that there were psychological issues in this case. What? So sustained. Did you just remember? Did you just remember what your client claims? Like what?
Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before. And it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley, you do not know what room she's in.
No, so I can't say for certain which room.
Okay, I'm pausing, but getting the decedent's name incorrect, I personally, I have a hard time with names. I love that Court TV is putting the state witness number 7, Zach Cotton, investigator, Rankin County. I love that. I love that so much. I'm able to see it and read it over and over and over again and like really nail that name down into someone's face in my brain. But this man forgetting the decedent's name and saying her name incorrectly, I don't know. It hits me. It's going to hit someone in the jury.
Remember she's in.
And you can't
It's not a good
tell
look.
anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify.
It's not. It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using. And he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Weed pens, 14 years old.
Now, I just a couple of questions. I was just wondering.
That
Okay,
pisses me
BG
off.
he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the scene?
No, sir, just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir, he wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he'd already called her.
Okay, at some point had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
Overruled as to what he told me.
Yeah. Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember saying that to him. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor?
Ugh. Beg my indulgence, sir.
Back to that camera. You had said, I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was and then coming out with items in her hand.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect examination.
All right, back to redirect. Time to tie up those loose ends from cross-examination.
Mr. Gary Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that, did you determine during your course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am. Not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, sir.
Those witnesses be finally excused by the state.
So does the requirement.
You're free to stand down, but you must leave the courtroom and you must not discuss your testimony with anyone else. Okay? Free to step down. While he exits, Mr. Bailey, would you hand the exhibits
Oops, sorry.
to David Whitehead? He's entering yours.
All right.
You understand you're now under oath and your answers are sworn answer subject to penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
To the ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide for
his demeanor between them two. I mean, wow, this is probably going to be one of the most expressive witnesses that we have seen thus far, and it honestly might be a little shocking, only because the majority of these witnesses have been very much stoic. I have a feeling that this human being is going to be a little bit more expressive, so it might be a little. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's just the heaviness of the case, in particular that a lot of these witnesses are very, very stoked for both sides, both the prosecution, both the defense. They're just kind of mad in general that this is even a thing that has happened where they live, where they work, where they're law enforcement, you know, like where they're supposed to protect and serve, and something like this happened. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see what a juxtaposition from the Karen Reed trial, where everyone for the most part was like extremely expressive. Wow.
Forensic
Very
examinations
interesting.
to 8 law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
And what is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair fibers, paints, glass, fire debris. We have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section responsible for the technical aspects of the trace evidence section.
So he knows his stuff. He's the
And
go-to man.
How long have you been employed there?
If anyone
with the
has
Mississippi Forensics
questions.
Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory since January of '94, so a little over 30 years.
Testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I've testified probably north of 400 times in circuit court in Mississippi, circuit court in Louisiana, as well as federal court in the state of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind
He
of
is
background on what
an
education
expert.
you have and kind of how you got to be in this role.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to skedaddle
I'm
through some of his
certified.
background.
I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Without objection, he'll be admitted as an expert witness in the field of forensic science with a specialty in trace evidence.
He's an
Right, and
expert.
if you could explain to us.
So there's a little difference when it comes to expert witnesses and civilian witnesses. They get to draw expert opinions when it comes to their field. Civilian witnesses do not have the ability to I assume in the same fashion. So as an expert witness, they have a different style of rules and standards that they are allowed to abide by as a witness. So it can be interesting to have a witness or an expert witness, because we're getting someone who does this day in and day out, and not just their expertise, but testify as well.
That's exactly what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence deals with small items of evidence, trace amounts. We analyze such things as I previously stated, hairs, textile fibers, paints, glass, gunshot residue, and in addition to that, fire debris type evidence where we're looking at charred debris for ignitables. We do a lot of comparison work where we're comparing unknown samples to known samples, but probably our biggest caseload is gunshot residue examinations. We probably get about 400 or 500 of those cases in a year. And our second most caseload is going to be fire debris.
And what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is produced when a weapon is discharged, and what will happen is you'll get gases escaping any opening in the weapon. We're specifically looking for primer residue, which comes from the primer cup. So when the firing pin strikes in the weapon strikes the ammunition, the primer cup, it ignites those components. That ignites the gunpowder, which is what propels a projectile out the end of the barrel. You'll get these gases escaping any opening in the barrel. When it hits the cooler air outside the weapon, it'll condense into particles. These particles are microscopic in size. They contain lead, barium, and antimony, and they will have a spherical morphology.
And what type of testing, or can you describe for us how you test for gunshot residue?
We utilize what is called a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray analyzer. That's a fancy name for a large microscope that analyzes these tiny particles. Since they're about a micron in diameter, you have to have a pretty powerful instrument to look for these. The microscope actually visualizes the particles. The X-ray detector actually tells us the composition of those particles. And again, we're looking for lead, barium, and antimony particles. Those are what are produced from primer residue.
And I want to take just a step back. You mentioned earlier that the lab is accredited. Do you also undergo like performance testings on the machinery that you use?
We're accredited every 4 years. So every 4 years, a team comes in and inspects all aspects of the organization, as well as we're proficiency tested every year. So every year we complete proficiency tests that are outside proficiency tests, and we to look for things like gunshot residue or the other disciplines.
And for people that are not familiar with those proficiency tests, is that like I would do my research or my testing, I would submit my report, and an outside agency would then review everything and make sure that that was proper?
It's sort of like that. What we do is
He's
the
like,
outside agency
no.
produce the proficiency test. They have an expected outcome of those tests, and the report will be issued after the report is published on what that proficiency test is. So there is an expected answer.
Excuse me for speaking of you, back in March of 2024 through currently, was your proficiency testing at the crime lab and you're specifically up to date?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity to work on Mississippi Crime Lab case number 24003-524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
The suspect was listed as being a Carly Greggs.
And the work and the testing that you did on that case, was that also reviewed by anyone else?
It was. All of our casework is reviewed by a second examiner, and that particular examiner in this case was Jacob Birchfield.
And did he agree with the results of your findings?
He did.
A scientific safety
What
net,
evidence
essentially.
did you receive in order to do your testing?
I received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit labeled as coming from Carly Gregg.
When they tested her hands, when they caught her running away from the house.
I can you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 43. Have you seen that item before?
I have. This is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. I can identify it by the crime lab case number, submission number on the barcode that was placed there by an evidence tech when it was received into the laboratory. I can also identify it by the green evidence seal that I placed after the analysis was complete with my initials and date across that seal.
And being that is still sealed, does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you closed it?
It does.
And for what purpose did you review that piece of evidence?
This item of evidence was analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue.
And did you perform that testing to see if there was gunshot residue present? Did you prepare a report with your findings in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to break the intro.
He's like, no need to ask the questions. I'll just continue answering. I know what you're going to ask. I'll just continue talking and answer your questions before you even ask them. I'm a professional.
Is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of the certified report that I issued in this particular case.
And that contains your findings?
It does.
And it bears your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
No objection. S51.
Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain, I know you talked about what gunshot residue is and that you tested that particular kit. If you could just walk us through the testing on this particular item and what your findings were.
Yes, ma'am. This particular kit contained 2 adhesive tape lifts labeled right hand and left hand. The adhesive tape lifts, the idea is if there's any residue on the surface of a person's hands, it will be picked up by the adhesive tape lift. Those samples were then placed into the scanning electron microscope and analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue. And I reported out the results of that analysis.
And what were the results?
And what were the results?
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand, labeled as coming from Carly Greggs, and the left hand labeled as coming from Carly Greggs.
And based on your training and experience, is the results rendered reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Period.
Any questions of this witness, Your Honor?
All right. This witness be finally excused by the state.
Yes, sir.
By the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. Ms. Moynihan. State may call its next witness.
All right, on to the next witness. There's not really much that the defense could be like, are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there could have been some cross-examination of that witness when it comes to like the standards that they use, but there is no doubt that Carly Gregg is the one who is responsible for killing her mother. There's no doubt she was the one who pulled the trigger. She had the gun in her hand. That's not up for question in this.
You don't have to oath your answer.
Holly.
And Nathan, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
Nathan, what do you do there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
So I'm a forensic biologist specializing in DNA analysis.
All right.
And does
let's
that
get into
require
some
any type of specialized training?
Training that I have is from the forensics laboratory.
What about your educational background? Could you tell us what that is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in biology.
We're just going to
And
skedaddle
define as a
through the
forensic
background
scientist
for the
specializing in
expert.
Approximately 27.
As a forensic scientist, as an expert in the area of forensic science, particularly DNA analysis, you may proceed.
Mr. Holly, if you could tell us, for those of us that are not science people, what DNA is.
Sure. So DNA first stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a molecule that's found within the cells of the human body. And what DNA does is it tells the body how to build cells and also how to function. And
In the Karen Reed case, we had this same exact conversation. What is DNA? And I am going to bet $1 billion gazillion that this man, this gentleman sitting in front of our faces right now is able to explain DNA and what it does in the most understandable way compared to how they explain DNA in the Karen Reed case. To it, the amount of unsure science explanations that we got in Karen Reed it was some of the most infuriating it was the most infuriating experience that I have experienced, like watching a case, having the lawyers go back and forth and witnesses that are next level, sure, but when it comes down to the science, it needs to be explainable to the jury. I'm sure everyone knows the DNA. Everyone has DNA, compare DNA, da, da. In the jury needs to understand what these experts are talking about for them, while deliberating, to consider them experts. Yes, they are entered into court as experts, but the jury needs to be able to go back and be like, oh, those experts were so great. They broke everything down. Everything was smooth. I have no questions. They left and I have no further questions. And in Karen Reed, we were like, all we have is questions, especially when it comes to the science aspect of that case.
And work those cells properly. A person gets their DNA half from their mom and half from their dad. And it's that combination of those two separate DNAs that gives everybody, except for identical twins, a unique DNA profile.
And when you do DNA testing, what are we talking about? What's done with our DNA?
Sure. So with the DNA testing, I'm looking at certain locations on that DNA molecule, and there are forensic tests that can determine what a person's DNA looks like at those locations. And I basically take items of evidence and I do the DNA process on those. And then I take reference samples or known samples, and then I compare those two DNA profiles to determine whether or not that person's DNA is there.
And a known sample would be like if a swab was taken from my mouth, we would know that that was my sample. Is that right?
Right. It's a known or reference.
And then an unknown sample would be something that you would collect or that law enforcement would collect on a piece of evidence and send that to you.
That's correct.
We just heard from Mr. Whitehead that the entire forensics laboratory, of course, is accredited. Is the DNA section of the laboratory also, does that fall under the accreditation?
Yes, it does.
And do you follow proper protocol there?
Yes, we do.
Have you personally provided or undergone any proficiency testing?
Yes.
You could explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
So for DNA, we're proficiency tested twice a year, and it's from an outside company. And basically, it is for us to demonstrate that we are capable to do the DNA process or our job. And so there's a correct answer for that, and they double check us on that.
And your proficiency is up to date?
Yes.
If that prosecutor, if that's her hair,
on a case, it's Mississippi Forensics Laboratory case number 24-003-524.
It's amazing.
Your Honor, may I refer to that?
If that is her hair, that is incredible.
Yes, I did.
Mayor, in performing that work, did you render a report?
Yes, I did.
Mayor, witness turn.
Without objection, I'll be marked S52.
certain pieces of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness room? Or know what that is.
Let's see. It is a buccal swab of Carly Gregg's left cheek, and it is. I can identify it from the crime lab barcode, which has the case number and submission number on it.
And did you? Is there
They did
also
buccal swabs.
a buccal swab of her right cheek?
Yes,
And did you rely on that evidence
Yep.
in your testing in this case?
I did.
I also handed you another item. Looked like 2 additional swabs. Could you tell us what those were from?
So one is a swab from a hammer of a Taurus revolver. And once again, I can identify it by the crime lab barcode that has a case number and submission number, as well as the evidence tape with my date and initial on it. And then the other one is a swab taken off of a trigger of the firearm.
I highly doubt we're going to be randomly finding pig DNA in any of this, any of these pieces of evidence as well, which we did find in Karen Reed case.
In performing DNA testing, do you actually have to? Well, can you describe for us, like you've taken extract from something?
Yes. So the DNA process starts with extraction. And what I'm doing during the extraction is I'm actually removing the cells off of whatever substrate they're on, whether it's a swab or a cutting. And I'm lysing open that cell and getting rid of all the other cellular components except for the DNA. So the only thing that I'm left with is that isolated DNA.
Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So these would be the DNA extracts from my extractions on the items of evidence.
And there's 4 total, but I just want to talk about, is there one for the swab from the trigger and then one from the swab of the hammer of a firearm?
Yes, there are.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll do Gregg. Or both that, like that's 53.
Mr. Hawley, the report that you prepared, did someone else review that work that you had done?
Yes, they did.
And did they agree with your findings?
Yes, they did.
And if you could tell us about the 2 items, I think I misspoke earlier in this case when I said that there was a DNA match on the hammer. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to the hammer, the swab from the hammer on the Taurus gun?
Due to an insufficient amount of genetic information, no comparable results were obtained for the swab from hammer.
What about for the trigger of the Taurus firearm?
The DNA test results for the swab from trigger produced a partial profile, which is consistent with the reference sample of the suspect. Therefore, Carly Gregg is not excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample. Ashley Smiley is excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample.
So explain that, because when I first read one of these reports, I was like, what does that mean, not excluded? In layman's term, I'd say that's them. But in scientific terms, you have to say that they can't be ruled out, right?
Right. So in this case, the DNA that is there, it does match to Carly Gregg's.
Why was that question never asked in the Karen Reed case? Everything goes back to the Karen Reed case because, one, it's still ongoing. It's happening again where I can't get it out of my head, and I am almost comparing everything to it. That was the last one that the case that we watched earlier this year. Why was that question not asked by anyone in the Karen Reed case? Like, what does that mean? The jury was given nothing, but they still, it's just so nice to get questions and answers and good questions and good answers.
DNA.
Is there a quantification? Do you put a certain number, like 1 in so many people that DNA belongs to?
So anytime there is a match made, we do give a status statement. And I can read that one and then explain to you. For the 8 markers compared, the genetic profile for the DNA donor of the swab from trigger occurs with a frequency of approximately 1 in greater than 10 billion random unrelated persons of the Caucasian, African American, and the Hispanic population. And so that step is supposed to give weight to how common or how rare you would expect that profile. And in this case, it would be a rare profile.
And as I understand it, the 1 in 10 billion is actually just the forensic laboratory's cutoff. You got to stop it at a certain point.
That's right. Once the numbers get so big,
Some-
it's hard to understand. We usually cap it at above the world population, which is, last time I checked, around 8 billion. So we cap it at 10 billion.
Yeah.
And to be clear,
Yeah.
your report excludes Ashley Smiley as a DNA donor on the trigger of the gun.
That's correct.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Will this witness be finally released by the state?
Yes, sir.
No cross.
Do you understand that you're now oath, your answers this morning are subject to penalty of perjury?
I do.
Statement begins questioning.
Ms. McIntyre, if you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
It's Felicia McIntyre, first name Felicia, last name McIntyre.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory located in Pearl.
And what are your duties there? Or sorry, what is your position there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm the section chief over the firearm and tool mark unit.
And
Oh,
what are your
I'm so sorry.
duties as the section chief of the Firearms and Tool Mark Division?
As a section chief, I oversee the administrative and personnel matters within our division, but also act as a forensic scientist specializing in firearm and tool mark identification, which allows me to compare bullets, cartridge cases, or other ammunition components to see if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with
Nice.
the Mississippi Forensics
Did this
Laboratory?
bullet come from
Since
this
November
gun?
of 2008.
Do you have any previous experience as a forensic scientist specializing in firearms and tool mark examination?
I was trained with the Indiana State Police beginning in 2005.
Would you give the
Wow.
jury your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Style Training Program, facilities, and ours.
We're just going to skedaddle
Test
through.
in
She too will be an
Your
expert.
Honor, at this time, we've moved to have this witness tendered as an expert in forensic science and firearms and tool marks.
No objection. Without objection, shall be admitted as an expert identification. We'll proceed.
Expert.
Ms. McIntyre, if you could kind of talk to us about what ballistics are.
The field of firearms examination has as its main concern to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. We're able to do that through class and individual characteristics. More specifically, when a gun is manufactured, some features of that firearm are determined by that manufacturer. Those are considered class characteristics. The caliber, the way that the firearm is rifled, so the number of lands and grooves that are put inside that barrel, those are put there to help impart spin on the bullet, but those are determined by that manufacturer. Incidental to that manufacturing process, individual marks are left behind. So those are things that happen as a result of the machining processes or use and abuse over time that cannot be determined by the manufacturer. And those marks are unique to a particular firearm. I'm looking for both those class and individual marks on a microscope when I'm comparing these items. So I'm looking at a comparison microscope, which is just two regular stereo microscopes joined by an optical bridge. So I can see two different items through one field of view. So in a case matter, we'll be looking for those class and individual marks on unknown items versus items I know were test fired from a particular firearm.
When you talk about test firing, where do you get the items that you use to conduct test firing?
When a firearm is submitted to the laboratory, I will generate those knowns. So I'm making test fires. I'm getting reference ammunition that we have at the laboratory that has been purchased, and I'm firing it in the gun that has been submitted for testing. I do that in a water tank. That's literally just a 12-foot deep tank of water that allows me to discharge the firearm. Those individual marks are placed on it, and they're not affected at all by the water. So I can retrieve it to have intact knowns to compare to my unknowns.
And I want to take a step back. We spoke with two experts previously about proficiency testing, and I want to make sure that you two, Ms. McIntyre, have performed and essentially passed your proficiency testing.
Yes, the firearms unit also completes annual proficiency testing, which I have taken and passed this year.
Did you have the opportunity to be involved in crime lab number 24-003524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
Suspect is listed as a Gregg, spelled Carly, last name Gregg.
And the testing that you performed, was that reviewed by anyone there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Yes, it was.
And did they agree with your results?
They did.
In preparation, or at the conclusion of your testing, did you prepare a report with your findings?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Here to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
You mentioned that you use test firing ammo. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, may I have that moved as state's next exhibit before I move on?
Any objections to the report? Yeah, objection. Objection. The report will be admitted as S53 without.
she's on a roll, and she's her roll was getting really good, so she was kind of getting ahead of
Yes,
herself.
For the record, I've been handed a test fire envelope that bears Crime Laboratory number 24-003524. I recognize this envelope as it bears a Crime Laboratory barcode with the case number and submission number. My initials are placed upon it when I created it, as well as a tape seal of my date and initials when I completed my examination of these items.
And does that appear to be in a unaltered form since you sealed that envelope?
Yes, the seals are still intact.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as a state's next exhibit.
Yes, sir.
I can give you two items that have been previously marked as S1, S41 and S42. Do you recognize both of those items as well?
I do.
And what are those?
State's Exhibit 41 is Crime Laboratory Submission 5 in the above mentioned case. Now, this is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled Bullet from Brain. State's Exhibit 42 is Crime Laboratory Submission 4. I recognize my markings on this item as well. It is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled Bullet from Back of Neck.
Another item, Your Honor.
Wow. Imagine being 14 and
Also giving you what's previously been marked as S40.
thinking that, like, you do something in 6 months, this is where you're going to be at. I think it's safe to say that anyone who does something like this is not mentally healthy. But was she so mentally unwell that she was completely unaware of what she was actually doing? Was she so just in the midst of a mental break that there was no realization, no common, I don't want to say common sense, but like common like nature in her at all? Was she essentially blacked out from her own life? Was she fully just taken over by something terrible inside of her brain at that moment? That's what we have. Because she did it. But why did she do it? Ugh. This
State's
sucks.
Exhibit 40 is Crime Laboratory Submission 6. I recognize the markings on the box here. This particular box contains one Taurus revolver. I also recognize my inscription and the serial number that are on this revolver within the box.
Ms. McIntyre, we've talked about the bullet removed from Ashley Smiley's neck. The projectile, the one removed from her brain, the 357 Taurus, and then the test fires that you used. Was there any other evidence that you relied upon in rendering your opinions in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to, can you walk us through what testing specifically was done on these items?
Yes, ma'am. When I received the firearm, I worked up a general worksheet documenting those class characteristics that we spoke about. I then used the reference ammunition we discussed, test fired this particular firearm into the water tank, thus generating the test fires here in State's Exhibit 55. I then took the test fires in State's Exhibit 55 and compared those on a comparison microscope to both the projectile in State's Exhibit 41 and the projectile in State's Exhibit 42 to arrive at my conclusions about whether or not they originated from State's Exhibit 40.
And what was your conclusion?
The projectiles in State's Exhibit 41 and 42 were fired in the gun in State's Exhibit 40.
And based on your training and experience, do you consider the results that you did in this particular case to be reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. No question. May the witness be excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense? Yes, Your Honor. You're free to go.
Thanks.
Evening, but I'm going to remind you, you're not to talk about this case. You're not to watch any news accounts of this case. You're not to get on social media.
Okay, they're done for the day, but it looks like they're going to be doing
Motion by the defense.
some arguing.
We don't believe the state has made a prima facie case, and we've asked all the charges we discussed.
Response.
Your Honor, the state believes that we.
Okay, so the state is resting their case. And so this is now the in-between time where the defense is going to ask for this case to be dismissed. This is normal. This is normal. They say there's not enough evidence. It's normal procedure. They argue back and forth, side to side, and then the judge typically says, Motion denied. The defense can start their case tomorrow.
Partly met our burden beyond reasonable doubt that Carly Gregg is in fact the person who murdered Ashley Smiley, attempted to murder Keith Smiley, and the one that tampered with physical evidence by removing the security surveillance footage and hiding it in the refrigerator. We ask that motion be denied.
Any further reply by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Motion for direct verdict must be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state of Mississippi. The court would state that based on the evidence that's been produced, the state of Mississippi has made a prima facie case. In this case, will go to the jury. All right. Anything further from the state for the evening?
Your Honor, we will likely have a motion in limine regarding the defendant's expert that I think we'd like to take up before he takes the stand tomorrow, just based off of our rulings from the court and things that he may or may not consider.
All right. Why don't we do this last Friday?
Ooh.
Your Honor, I think that the court's ruling was that the witnesses were limited to testifying about the things that they had produced previously in discovery. Upon further review of his report, he mentions things that are outside of that. And so we're not necessarily requesting a Daubert hearing as to his ability to render testimony as a forensic psychiatrist, but in fact, to limit the information that he may or may not be able to talk about.
All right, can we go on ahead and can we take a 5-minute recess and then at least let the court hear this so I can think about it overnight? I don't like to make snap decisions if necessary.
Yes, sir.
So there's a forensic psychiatrist, did she say, that the defense will be bringing in, and he is the judge is kind of like, okay, so why didn't we have this once discovery was done and we were doing our pre-trial hearings, why did this not come up then? And so she's like, well, to be fair, it's not that we don't want him to testify. We just want to make sure everyone is clear on what he can and cannot testify to. So that's what they're going to give a little arguendo back and forth. And then Judge Dewey Arthur is probably going to come back tomorrow morning, day 3 morning, and say that they need to have a little quick gathering.
Any objection to that by the defense?
I mean, now you're going, this is the first we're hearing about this, so we have no idea what the topic is.
Okay, well, that's why we should go ahead and hear it now.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Everybody can go to the restroom, and we'll meet right back here. I'd like to go ahead and at least flesh this out as much as possible. All right. We'll be in recess.
All right, so they take a quick break, a quick snack break, and then they're going to do a quick little
From the podium, you can make your motion in limine.
a motion in limine about a specific expert witness. All right, someone please turn those microphones back on.
Motion in limine is the fact
Thank you.
that he used as a source of information a video interview with Keith Smiley from August the 31st for 90 minutes. When we had a Zoom call with Dr. Clark, he said that nor his interview with Ms. Gregg was recorded. And so at this point, we have no way of knowing what Mr. Smiley conveyed to him and how much of that he relied upon in his interview. That wasn't turned over to us prior to August the 30th. And then additionally, Dr. Clark rendered some opinions of some sort and says, and I'm looking at page 29 of his report, Your Honor. Do you have a copy of that?
The report I have is only 24 pages.
24, I'm sorry.
Okay.
In that first paragraph on the last page, he says, it's my opinion that the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precocious state. But there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct casualty to the medication. And we believe that would certainly, he cannot testify. His opinion is that he cannot say that the medicine caused her to behave in any way. And so we do not think it would be proper for him to be able to take the stand and to discuss that when in fact he says himself that he cannot attribute it to the medication. We'd ask that he be limited in that he not be able to talk about the Lexapro and or, since he did not reference it in this part, the Zoloft that Ms. Gregg had allegedly taken at some point, and any cause or connection to her state of mind at the time of the murder, attempted murder, and tampering.
All right. Let me ask this. As I recall, what the court was faced with was several late discovery disclosures, and maybe the expert had not been retained until a few days after the discovery deadline. However, I believe I gave the state a continuance, or I said I went into the box procedure. All right.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Dr. Clark?
We had a Zoom conversation where Mr. Camp was present, where we asked him about the sources that he relied upon, asked him if he had relied upon any interview with Ms. Vicki Breland. He said he had an interview with her, but it was not referenced in her report. And so he said he did not, he must not have relied upon her interview. He said that Heath Smiley's Zoom interview was not recorded and that no one else was present. And Your Honor, we asked him somewhat about what his standard was. We cleared up the fact that both he and Mr. Camp had said that they would not be talking about an involuntary intoxication. And so Mr. Camp stated that on the record. Dr. Clark said, well, I talk about the medicine, but I'm not saying that's a legal standard about involuntary intoxication. And so, Judge, I think it's improper when he says he cannot render an opinion. Mr. Camp said he's not going to talk about involuntary intoxication, so it would just serve to confuse the jury rather than offer any probative value at this point.
Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, response.
Judge is not happy. No. Judge is not not a
100%
happy boy right now.
understanding what she
The last paragraph says, in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders. Y'all want that part in?
Yes, and I think it's part. They ask him about it. He's not saying. I think it's part of the whole his diagnosis of what he did, but it is not saying that's what it was. If I gather it right, Your Honor.
But the next, the comma, so to speak, is but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication.
Yes, and that's what he's gonna. That is my understanding. Is he's gonna say there's not a direct showing that's what that specifically caused it. That is these other things, Your Honor. And also, this is one thing I would say. You put down a.
Sorry, I just sneezed. This man, defense attorneys, respect, but where are we? We are at the point where the state has rested their case. The defense says, move to dismiss. And of course, the judge says, absolutely not. We are going to continue this trial and give it to the jury, which is common for almost every single trial. And now they are arguing for a motion in limine when it comes to the defense's expert witness, which is I believe a forensic psychiatrist, or just like an expert psychiatrist. I'm not exactly sure like what they said. I heard it. I missed it. I heard it, but I didn't retain it. And so a motion in limine is basically, hey, there's this witness coming up, and I would like to argue for certain things to not be testified on with the specific witness. You know, what are the limitations to this witness and the testimony that they're allowed to give the jury? And so right now they're talking about medicine, prescriptions, Lexapro, etc., mood stabilizers, antidepressants, what have you, that Carly may have been prescribed prior to the incident that took place, which was her killing her mother with a gun, and how that may or may not have directly affected her mental stability. And so the state is saying, whoa, you're just going to confuse the jury. This is not giving them solid probative evidence. This is just saying, I don't know, maybe, could be sort of energy. And as an expert witness, you need to be able to like draw conclusions from your specific expertise. And the defense is like, yeah, but like, it's not like all of the things that they're going to say. So the defense is defensing. So that's where we are.
You told us that we had to have this done by last Friday. You gave them an extension to go over this. They talked to our doctor, our expert. They said they're not going to have a Dahlberg hearing, which is what this.
There was also an issue with, so a lot of this interviewing between this specific expert witness was done with Heath, and I believe Carly over Zoom, or at least some of it was. There was an interview with Heath over Zoom that may or may not have been recorded. That wasn't supposed to be recorded. So that as well.
Is. And then all of a sudden, the afternoon
Welcome.
before,
That's not a Dahlberg hearing. A
Yeah.
Dahlberg hearing is on his qualifications. And on the side. All right. Any further response?
no, Your Honor.
Reply.
Your Honor,
Judge is
again,
not happy.
that We believe the motion in limine is proper as this statement and any testimony about this would fly in the face of 403. There's no probative value and it would prejudice the defendant. And at this point, it's not relevant. And we would ask that the court exclude any testimony by Dr. Clark or any other witness at this point about trying to causally relate Lexapro to anything that happened on March 19, 2024.
And that's the state's argument is there was a paragraph, one of the very last paragraphs in this expert witness's report that was handed over to the defense and the state about what they're going to testify on. And I guess this came in late. There's deadlines for all the things when it comes to getting a trial ready. And so this came in late. And so the judge is not happy that this is happening now when it could have happened a week ago. 2, the judge is not happy that this is the thing that's happening now. He clearly does not want to have that battle with the defense right now after a long day in court. He heard them and he's going to make his decision probably tomorrow morning before trial starts. That man looks disappointed.
This court is in a, of course, in that position. The court would agree with the state that this statement in and of itself does not rise to the level that an expert is required to testify to in the state. However, whether he's saying it's not causally related or not, whether or not he's saying there's inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication.
Think about it. Take the night.
It is an unwritten rule in the case law of this state. There seems to be 2 separate standards of law without the appellate courts ever stating that. There's one standard that the state is held to. And I would point out that pathologist was not called in this case because it was disclosed late. So I read the motion. You asked me to treat you like the state. Do you really want that? The state is free to cross appeal this court's decision, and it probably should. However, this court has little faith that this court excluding a witness, even though he was disclosed, hired, far past the discovery deadline. And even though the vast majority of the opinion appears to be improper, diminished capacity type evidence, and even though it does not rise to the standard, the court's going to overrule the state's objection. Courts and trial courts in this state are in a bad position. There are too many reversals when we exclude.
Wow. This is extremely interesting right now. This judge is sitting there and saying to them, we are supposed to do things one way. But a lot of times when they're done this way, they get overruled when it comes to the appellate level of trial. So when someone is found guilty, they appeal, things get changed. They are now found not guilty. They are marked as improper decisions from either the court or this or that, all the ways that rulings can be appealed. So he is allowing this expert witness to testify to these improper things because he knows, even though this witness was hired late, is going to be testifying things that are not proper, that there's already weird inconsistencies. Like, he's already not happy with this human being existing. He's not happy how this human being came to exist within this trial. He's not happy at the time frame that this human being came to exist in this trial, but he's going to allow it.
What is deemed to be the defendant's case. And I'm just going to be frank, this is not a case that this court wants to see again. However, the defendant is raising an insanity defense, and that opens the doors wide open to a lot of things.
Wow.
The court is going to overrule the state's objection. I'm going to allow the expert to testify to a late disclosure report that basically talks about diminished capacity. It does not meet the standard of care. It does not meet the burden of proof required in the state. However, it's all in the defendant's favor. I hope the state cross appeals. If there's a verdict in this case, I'm inviting you to cross appeal. I'm inviting the Supreme Court to tell me I'm wrong. Give us some case law that says I should. I'm okay excluding it, but there's too many cases out there that have been on the edges that they will reverse.
Whoa. I was not expecting that at all. I was not expecting that.
There would be an opinion that came down and said, well, it's substantial. It came close enough. So for those reasons, I'm going to deny it. If a jury chooses to return an NGRI on this evidence, then that's going to be their decision. If they choose to acquit her on this evidence, that's their decision. But I'm going to allow the expert to testify, and the state can deal with this on cross-examination to the best of its ability. Feel free to cross appeal, regardless of verdict. Regardless of verdict, feel free to cross appeal. I'm stating I believe I'm wrong, but I'm wrong in the defendant's favor.
For him to be saying this on record, he's exhausted. I am not familiar with Mississippi in any way, shape, or form. All I know was MISSI, SSIPPI, and like west of the Mississippi. Like, I am not familiar with that state and anything that happens in that state in any way, shape, or form. But this judge is exhausted with it. That is a man that is exhausted and backed into a corner. Interesting. That is.
That's going to be the ruling. Anything further from the state?
Just, and we can address this if necessary, but we might have a similar argument after he testifies as with regards to jury instructions. Just asking the court's permission to flesh that out if and when this expert testifies.
All right. Got witnesses for 8:45 tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Doctor's going to be here tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything further for the court to deal with by the state,
No, Your Honor.
by the defense?
No, Your Honor. No, we approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. That was extremely interesting to me. I didn't see that was going that way. I thought the judge was going to be like, yeah, that's completely inappropriate. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. That is absolutely not what we're doing. But she entered an NGRI plea, which is, not guilty based on reasonable insanity. Is that what, something like that? Not guilty due to insanity. And he, like he said, it opens the door for so much abnormal shit. Whoa. But the state then rebutted with, just so you know, if and when all of the things that we don't want to happen, we will most likely address this with jury instructions, meaning more words are going to be said about this very situation before this case is handed over to the jury. And he said, cool, I get it, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. She said, if and or when. So it may not happen, the defense may not ask the right question that gets that answer out anyway. But I have a feeling that they probably will. All right, so they are going to approach The jury has been gone. The jury was not there during that conversation. And
Rest out, please, around 8:30, okay? All right, we'll ask the attorneys to be here at 8:30, and we will be in recess till tomorrow morning, 8:30. See you then.
all right, and the Carly will be transferred back to her juvenile detention center, have some dinner, go to sleep, and then be back in court at between 8 and 8:30 in the morning. All right, so let's go ahead and get right into day 3 because I have like another hour. I changed the title because we're not getting to the verdict, and I know that you can probably see some things there, but you know, verdicts happen. All right, they are going on the record.
Mr. Gregg, you and counsel will come to the podium, please.
And I will put captions on. If people don't like it, let me know and I can move them or change them or turn it off. Do you guys want to see it?
All right, Ms. Gregg, the state of Mississippi has has rested its case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's the court's duty to make sure that you understand that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. You understand that, Ms. Gregg. Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. You understand that. Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step back.
All right, they are giving 10 minutes to the defense. And the sheriff was like, I'm going to be in between you two. Thank you. So let's see. The judge hopefully had a nice little breakfast. I think Judge Dewey K. Arthur has probably been in this position as a judge for a while. He's probably seen his state, his county, his home going through some trials and tribulations, and he looks like a man who, one, is pissed that this is even a thing that exists.
Have you made a decision? Mr. Gregg, you keep looking at your lawyers, and look, you can listen to your lawyers, but I want you to hear me. You and you alone will make this decision. There are 2 decisions that you're required to make, whether or not you're pleading guilty and whether or not you're testifying. And at the end of this, only you will live with those decisions. Have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what's that decision?
I'd like to wait and see what the testimony.
No problem. You can decide at any point before your case closes. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. All right, anything further from the state?
All right.
From the defense?
Possibility
All
is
right,
still
since
on the
jury's
table
in, we'll get started.
for Carly to still testify in this case. Interesting. She didn't immediately relinquish her ability to testify.
To see how many we have.
Yeah, this judge looks exhausted with the way things have been going. And honestly, it's probably rightfully so. All right, so.
He's cut.
Oh, we have a juvenile witness. All right. I don't think we'll get questions and answers like we did before. It's not looking like that at all. All right, so we're just gonna skip through the juvenile witness. What was said is what was said. We don't know. We can't see. We can't hear.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Before we get into Heath Smiley again, imagine if he had Karen's case. Oh my God, that poor man. I I don't think he would be in a situation where he would have Karen's case. I think he's too smart of a man and a lawyer and a judge to even be in that situation. He'd like immediately see it and be like, I quit. I'm retiring now. Before we get into Heath Smiley again, he is now being called as he already testified for the state, and we saw him, we heard him, we saw where he was looking down, he barely looked up. He barely looked up. It was almost like it felt weird, right? Like it gave us like such strange vibes. It did not make sense. And I put on the table that, one option, or the way I was sort of thinking, was that there is maybe some sort of prescription, sort of like mood stabilizers or downers, kind of like the McCanns and the JonBenet Ramsey's parents. After a while, they just kind of are like shells of people. They can barely hold their head up. I'm really interested to see how that is different today. Because we know he is standing behind Carly Gregg. We know he is her biggest supporter in this. And so I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I have not watched any of this, but if it's anything like it was when he was called as a state's witness, I don't know how much good it was going to do for the defense. We are officially in the defense's case. So the defense is calling witnesses. They will have direct examination. The state will have cross-examination. Let's get into it. Oops, not you again, Raylene. I'm just kidding. Where's my audio? Okay, here we go. Audio is in.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And you testified.
All right, I guess.
Let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
Okay. And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And
there's a lot of smiling, a lot more than we got
was there
before.
An occasion after you and Ashley got married that you?
It's a lot of smiling, a lot more than we got before. Even testimony. The first time he took the stand, it was tough. This time will be tough as well. But there were moments where a smile would have been appropriate as well. And he fought it. He fought it all last time. Already not fighting as hard.
You guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point, a year and a half later. So we had got it all set up to get him and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us. And she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents. So sometimes we would go to Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, would not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They like running and going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We got her at Christmas one year, and just whatever, try to take it easy.
Okay. And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th of 2020.
Okay. And do you recall about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So would that be September 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
You mean 2022?
We did. I guess it would have been 2022. It'll be 2 in a month. So.
You mean when you got the puppy?
Yeah, when we got the puppy.
Okay. And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos once you got home with the dog?
Yeah, I've got video of me meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Your Honor, may I approach? Mr. Smiley, I'm handing you these 2 photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
And who's in the first photograph?
It's Ashley, myself, and Carly.
I kind of want him to go back to stoic and this. Okay. So what am I feeling here? What are you feeling here? What am I feeling here? What I'm feeling here is annoyed. I'm feeling annoyed. I'm feeling like I'm trying to be duped. I'm trying to be deceived. He's completely different is correct. Yeah. Yep. Because he is because he knows what he's going to be asked, essentially. And he knows the storyline that is going to be told with him as a witness right now by the defense. He knows what this is and what they hope it does for the jury. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think it was a good idea to be as stoic if this is the true him when he remembers these moments, which is adorable, essentially. Like taking him out of this context. If someone's like, "Oh my gosh, when did you get married?" and it's just like he kind of giggles inside and just gives a little bit of a smile and his eyes light up. That's adorable. But in this context, after what the jury saw literally yesterday or the day before from him, I feel it's deceiving, and I think it's going to make the jury uncomfortable. And I think it's like, wait, what's the state asked you about your wedding day and all that stuff, and you gave them a right. But when the defense asks you about your wedding day, you give them a yeah, that type of energy. It feels like you were either trying too hard then or you're trying too hard now. Can we just answer these questions and figure out if this girl was actually completely mentally unstable when she killed your wife, her mother? It feels like it's too much. I don't like it.
That was in June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
And is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes.
And with the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
Not to say that he shouldn't be able to remember these moments and smile inwardly and outwardly. Not to say that that's not allowed. He's allowed to feel how he feels. I just want to make sure that I don't come across as like a cold-hearted bitch. He should be allowed to feel however he wants to feel about these moments after he lost his wife. By the hands of his stepdaughter, her daughter, right? He's allowed to feel however he wants to feel, but in this very specific context, in front of a jury, when it comes to a murder trial, they remember the last time you were on the stand. the jury remembers.
That's Ashley and Carly.
And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
That same day before we got married.
And is that an accurate depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
That's photographed there.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. The court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only. The court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, it'll be marked S3 all purposes. I mean D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Hand it to the bailiff.
It's frustrating because, of course, a woman whose life was ended so abruptly and so way too soon by the hands of another human being. Of course, she should be remembered. Of course, people should have the good memories and the good times and be able to share with the world the love that that human brought them, and the joy and these moments and the puppies and the this and the that. Of course, and I would never want to take that away from anyone else. But I also think time and place, and right now we are here to make sure that whoever is responsible, if Carly is responsible, which we know she is responsible, and why she is responsible, is sorted out. And it feels icky from since we know that she did it 100%. It feels icky when it's you guys are so happy. The story that they're going to tell is going to feel icky. And we're allowed to feel icky. If it doesn't make you feel icky, it doesn't make you feel icky. If it does, you're allowed that. Either way is fine. Everyone is gonna. There's some jurors that are probably not gonna feel icky. There's some jurors that are gonna be like, "Wow, that's really nice of them to." Even in this trash trial,
our second puppy, Finn,
to bring out these moments of kindness, and remembrance in her. Absolutely. But how does it? We're gonna get to the part of the story where everything just sort of flip switched for sure, and it may feel real. It may feel like a lie. That is up to you to decide.
And about when was that photograph taken?
I would say
But whatever the jury comes up with, that's the decision.
Maybe a year and a half ago.
Can you give me a month, year?
Not sure without looking it back up, but I would say maybe near the end of 2022.
End of 2022. And who's in that photograph there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay. And can you give me a month and year when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay. And who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction, as
Yes.
you recall it, that time?
Yes.
And who took the first
I
photograph?
hate that she's right
I
up
did.
next to him.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of what
Yes.
you photographed at that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection as to relevance and remoteness.
Yes.
We'll overrule the objection as to remoteness. There'll be enters defense next in number.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
Would hand it to the bailiff.
I don't want to skip too much, like I did in the experts and stuff like that, because I really want to. I want to watch. I want to take it in. This is all so like. What do you mean you're smiling like that? Oh, the smile has not changed. this is so. I don't even have. I don't have words. I don't have words. I don't have words to explain. Oh no, ma'am. They keep making eye contact. Carly and Heath keep making eye contact, and they keep smiling at one another and sharing looks. I don't want to say like glances, but they keep looking at each other, and it's weird. Not in a certain type of weird way, but it's just odd. It's giving me odd feelings. Especially compared to the last time he was on the stand. I got feelings. What are we doing here? All right, we're skipping forward. What's happening here?
Keith, I have one last photograph for you here. Can you tell me who's in that photograph?
Oh, Lordy.
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell me that when that photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm gonna get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur to Arthur read out that.
Yeah, I think we got like the essentials of it. And that was at 1.25 speed.
Mark D next to number for identification purposes only.
Bruh. Let's get to the NGRI. Let's get to it. Prove to the jury. Tell the jury that this is a proper plea.
Keith, I've handed you two exhibits, Exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was Exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was an accurate description of the way Ashley looked in physical appearance the last day you saw her live.
Yes, I guess that's reasonable.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
You agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19, 2024 in a day older than we?
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's
Yeah.
actions.
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020, would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the bills table. Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
She doesn't look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later.
Not really.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
Yes. And it's the mail.
So we're in cross-examination right now, just so everyone knows. Come on. What are we doing with him on the stand?
Mr. Smiley, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
Yep.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were taken?
Improper redirect.
Sustained.
Heath, on cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Okay. Is there any other way in which you feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair is different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day for her wedding.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally released by the defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, sir.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your testimony. I'm sorry, you'll have to wait outside the court. Okay.
Don't apologize.
Defense may call its next witness.
All right. So, do we think that that was a successful recalling of a witness? I do not. I think that just pissed the jury off. I think it is fair to say that the jury also has heard 4 juvenile witnesses that we have not. Probably sharing stories of Carly, hard no, sharing stories of Carly at school, maybe being silly, goofy. She was smart. She was okay. Maybe she started talking to somebody and I don't know what they testified to. I don't know. But I do not think that this was a good witness to make the everything was fine at home claim. That we were super happy and everything was great. And then all of a sudden, her mental health just diminished to a point where something extreme like this happened. And it happened so fast that we weren't able to catch it with therapy or medication or something like that. I don't think that did what they wanted it to do for the jury, because that's all that matters. It's just for the jury.
All right, Mr. Livingston, go ahead and set up monitor call. Yeah. Did you mean Shaq? Shaq. Okay.
Yeah, could you maybe get people's names right? All right, let's get to it. I don't know if we'll be able to. We might.
Microphone, speak loud enough that last lady on the road can hear you. Okay, you don't have to talk directly to the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I wanted to see the forensic psychiatrist today, but I don't think we'll be able to.
Yes, Your Honor.
We might be able to get through this witness, though.
Tony Shack,
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal interdiction.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I don't know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock, traffic 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. It's my stepdad, okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene. Is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And
So this man is called interdiction to make sure someone is able to make proper decisions or not. There's for a few different reasons, age, mental stability, drugs and alcohol and all that type of stuff. If they're in a state where they can or cannot make proper decisions for themselves, all acting like an adult who is able to make proper decisions. Like, you do not just drive through a red light, those types of decisions that could possibly put other people in danger or themselves. Also, if they're underage and stuff, that type of stuff.
So finally, evidently, you were told to, yes, bring her to
Yes,
the scene.
that's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay, and you've seen your video from that night, or
Yes.
from that day, and you
Yes.
remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you
I
remember?
muted it.
You
Yes.
muted it.
That's correct.
Okay, and you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about heard, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay, you're in the let me just understand correct. Okay. There, you have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And it says you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained as leading.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And I think, is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during
Sir,
this
this is your
particular
witness.
situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what basis? Leading. Sustained as leading.
What is the policy on the Rankin County Sheriff's Department's use of
What's happening?
body cameras?
Yeah, I mean,
What are we doing here?
The policy is that you are to, whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused, is it just when you're communicating or are you supposed to have it on all the time?
We are in
Well,
an
you're supposed to carry it on
NGRI
all times
trial.
while the case is going on. But
We're not going to finish this witness. We are in an NGRI trial. What are we doing here? We're fighting with what's happening? Oh my God. I feel like you have to pick one. I feel like you should have picked one. Is it bad policing? The police did a terrible job and they dropped the ball completely. Or is this NGRI? Not guilty based on reasonable insanity. What are we doing here? You are calling this witness to the stand to berate them for minute after minute after minute after minute about a body cam being muted on a topic that he already explained was a personnel issue. Okay, not good, sure, but NGRI.
But at the time, I was talking about something different, so yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that. That's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you put? I thought you
Is
didn't
that
have a
what-
report. You put in your report.
I don't recall that. I
And
don't
you didn't
recall
know.
that.
You didn't know what to tell her exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
And so, but she was asking at that point. Okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
But she never asked about her, but she only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, beg the court's indulgence. Yes.
Oh, beg my indulgence. Beg my indulgence. Hey, ma'am, Carly,
Your Honor,
how
at
you
this time,
feeling
we would
this is
ask
going?
that, we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, or Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
Yeah, what's happening here? I am feeling. Is he there, Lally? Is he there, Lally? Like, what is going on? Bro, it's like 9 a.m. there. They're getting it set up. They're. Oh, boop, 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 boop.
Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right, they're gonna take a little break, get everything. Are they going to do a? Okay. Live court is on the.
Videos are typically produced in a proprietary format, so that, frankly, nobody can change them in any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format. I understand that the defendant does not have a copy of the video to put into evidence, correct? So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video with a particular piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is the state has agreed to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to waste the jury's time. So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall. Is there any objection to that procedure by the defense? By the state?
No, sir.
All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody. The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied in your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case.
Yes, sir.
Any objections by the defense? By the state?
No, sir.
All right, I'm gonna bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in.
I'm annoyed. I am annoyed. All right. So they're going to they wait. It takes a while for the jury to come back in, apparently.
These are the medical records that you need at this time, Mr. King.
Yes, sir.
Has the state had an opportunity to view the medical records in their entirety?
The medical records, yes, sir.
All right.
And there's one set of records from the school district as well.
All right. Are the parties agreeing by stipulation to the admissibility of the records?
Of the medical records and school records, yes, sir.
All right. Are there any more exhibits that may be needed by either side during this witness that we don't have by the state?
Your Honor, I believe that they're going to talk about journal entries and sketchbooks, and they didn't have a copy of those, so that's what I was trying to get copies of upstairs.
Okay. Which journal entries? Are you objecting to the use of journal entries?
No, sir. Well, do you have a copy of the journal?
What the hell is going on? I mean, if this is not the defense not being ready for trial, this is the defense not being ready for trial. What is happening? How does the state not have what do you mean? You didn't give them copies of the papers and the journals that you're going to be entering into evidence during trial? Is it kind of abnormal to see a trial 6 months after a crime has taken place? Yeah, they really didn't have that much time for discovery. I mean, that Karen Reed was 2 years. This is not good vibes. This is not good vibes. Look at her face. She's like, I'm sorry, what? Why didn't you give them to me? Give them to me. I'm right here. You can toss them at this point. Give me what you're going to produce and enter into evidence. Those are the rules, ma'am.
Right. Did you ever turn over the state?
The state actually turned it over to us.
Okay. So are we ready to go by the state?
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing that he's relying on.
By the defense?
Well, I think there was a page of the sketchbook. I think that's what Catherine agreed on that. Yeah, so I told her that we not agree to stipulate to just certain pages. If it was coming in, it was all coming in. And so we were trying to print the documents upstairs.
Do we have the documents? Okay. Is there another witness that we can take up at this time rather than leaving the jury out while everybody gets their paperwork together?
It's pissed.
Mr. Livingston, just for the course, not calling anybody, for the course knowledge, Mr. Livingston just messaged me a couple minutes ago, said that he's almost finished allowing Deputy Chat to review body cam footage. So I think Deputy Chat should be ready to be recalled.
That's still a few minutes away. Deputy Shack has to watch the body cam video. Does the defense have another witness it can call while the paperwork is being gathered?
No, Your Honor.
You have no other witnesses other than Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark and Deputy Shack, Your Honor.
That's all you have left.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The state is correct insofar as there are portions, if there is a journal, the state is invoking the rule of completeness. So I can't put the doctor on the witness stand until I have a complete set of what's going into evidence. How much longer will it take? I take the state printed out the medical records for the defense.
Sure, they had some, we printed out the rest of them. We have a complete copy now to interview.
Can we at least try to do the medical records and hold do you have any idea how long it'll take for all the journals to be printed? Does the defense have all the journals?
The defense has a complete copy of a journal. It's just a sketchbook.
Do you have a complete copy of the sketchbook?
No.
Your Honor, Deputy Shack is on his way down. He has reviewed the video. They can call it if they wish to. That's what I'm saying.
And Judge, for the record, I did think, one of the ladies in my office has agreed to keep printing those, and they're gonna bring down a copy, 2 copies.
All right. Give the defense the disc. Y'all get over here and make sure the TV works before I bring the jury back in and have to send it back out.
He says it should better work, or someone's getting fired. Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carly's feeling that right now. Like, wow. Good job, team. Good job, team. He's not mad. He's just disappointed. Good job, team. Well done. Well played. Holy shit.
I tell
That
you
is
what, the jury's out. If you have any exhibits that you intend on showing with Dr. Clark, go ahead and give them to the state so they can be looking through those.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Like,
have the ones that
tell
you
what-
actually want to offer in evidence, correct?
Like, give them everything. What are we doing here? Not sharing. Sharing is caring, and sharing means getting a damn trial done. What the crap?
Update. That would be helpful. She's a team up outside. All right, Mr. Levin.
Just make sure it plays before we bring in the jury. Yeah. To be in that room.
Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense satisfied with the exhibit? All right, pause it, take it out.
Bring the damn jury in and let's watch this freaking video.
More.
Okay.
Please.
Did he mess up his?
You may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please.
Oh, I thought he messed up his name again. All right, Tony Shack is going back on the stand.
I allowed you to step down for a minute. Did you discuss your testimony with anyone?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may proceed.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video, and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, is this, may I approach witness?
He's like, for the love of God, just get this done.
This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Now, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4.
7.
7.
Any objection as to D7 in all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right, if you would please.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Levinson, would you assist him?
All right, here's some video, y'all. You might hear lots of loud beeps and stuff. That always happens with body cam footage. Loud beeps. Texting and driving.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Huh?
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashton Way. Then the destination is on your right. Can you just leave north of the sign?
Killing us. They're shutting out the thing now. This thing now.
The destination is on your right. 214 Exxon.
We're not gonna pull that. Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was all coming out of the Farmington Boulevard.
We just drove to that call.
She's back here. She's soaking wet.
Yeah, we
Did
just
you jump in the water? All right. Yeah, I know. And now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second. We got it. Well, what y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you They told me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she's gonna go. JDC or here from. I mean, to us.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. No, they're labeled. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there. You got to go the other way. Yeah, you got to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Right there. Let me back up. Pull right there. Oh, hey, so without being left, there's one thing. She's in there, she's asking like how everybody feels. She's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get those. So look, come here. All right, so that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right, left hand. All right, so journal. Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right, you're gonna open it, turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, just right there, close this and put that over it. Okay. Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back in back. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me get it. I got her handcuffed. Right, sweetie. Look. Let me see. Step out real quick for me. All right. Hey, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move over around to the front of you, okay? I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands, okay? All right. And I'll ask you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, look. I need you to hold your hand up like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Just your right hand. Just like that.
Swab up here. So GSR it shows which hand did you shoot with? Which hand did you shoot with?
Go up.
Flop the hand, turn the hand over, and rub on the outside part around the knuckles.
Where do you want to get some? I guess you can put it in my vehicle with my key. Key fob is in my left pocket.
All right, so go ahead and take it. All right.
I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are you okay?
Yeah. Please don't. What? Oh.
This is Okay, so, can you take her up to the office on the interviewer? Yeah. And then afterwards, I guess, I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They've informed what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
She has no idea what, she don't even know about her mom. Yeah, I let her, just like it's my stepdad, okay?
Yes.
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah, the actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
correct.
My understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted,
right,
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Okay, Your Honor. Overruled. Sustained is deleting, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right, yes.
What were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, how's my stepdad? It was never she never like said, is my mom okay? Or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom. And I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when
doesn't look good for him?
It was a personnel issue.
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
He's like, what? It just doesn't look good.
You intend to keep asking about the video?
Show you a document. Okay. I'm gonna let you have this.
Okay.
It's a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper. It's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cam.
I'm familiar.
Okay.
I feel like we've established.
Now I want you to turn. It says, and it's actually at the bottom of page. It says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And so you have a number 1. It says procedures, and it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay.
Oh.
Body worn camera.
Oh. Okay. Well, the video froze there, so I think that's a good kind of place. We're not finished with this.
Camera's activated.
We're not finished with this witness, but we will pick it back up tomorrow. I just need to go. I got a hard out. I have an out. But all right, so we are in day 3. Tomorrow, probably around noontime, I will pick it back up and we will finish. I wanted to finish today. There was just so much with that investigator that I just needed to talk. I just needed to talk about it. I just needed to use my words when it came to that specific man. And then, oh my gosh. And then, why was Heath recalled? I don't know if it did what they wanted it to do. Anywho, that's it for today. I will see you guys on tomorrow, whatever tomorrow is. I don't even know what day it is. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably around noon. And we'll finish this all up and be done with the Carly Gregg situation and hopefully get some justice for Ashley Smiley and Heath Smiley, because he too was injured. Let's not forget. I think that's it. All right. I'll see you guys later. And I still don't have an outro.